Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the Reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb Reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb Reporter?
For the past 6 months now.
6 months. Since when? Is it
January?
January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the Reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the Reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com. Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the Reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and
then you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the Reporter, come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a Reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a Reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the Reporter. And then they were given the first-hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the Reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, when I had the opportunity to have the account, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective, the one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes,
yes.
president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay. But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire, so Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart. Okay.
Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, have been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there, and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain voice to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain voice before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put it there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my phone.
Your phone?
Yeah.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop. But why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for
yeah,
you. Okay. But you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard.
Okay. And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing. Okay,
with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube.
Yes.
You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what do you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100 plus Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that this 3 publications actually got me 100 plus Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also accounts, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, and that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when Ejapa was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already.
Yeah.
And you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was, I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles, to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is, me, for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw, actually. But I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real? You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis. So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about their opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post, and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again, just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think? When I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter. You can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know. But then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline.
Okay.
Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They are actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, and that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even document. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There's also the aspect of the advocacy or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
Leads to balance of payment. And the reason for which, or part of the reason for which you have to have that conversation is because there are times when what you are exporting, because of whatever it is, a global crisis, a global economic situation, as compared to what you are importing, and the bills associated with it, will leave you in a deficit position on the balance of payment front. It is good news that we are finding that gradually, though it's not where we want it to be, gradually our exports, particularly on the non-traditional export side, are doing better. Gradually. We're not where we want to be yet. And it is important to highlight it and use it as a basis to encourage a lot more non-traditional exports so that we will be able to do better on our total export picture, do better on our balance of trade, and therefore our balance of payment. Some of the questions you've been asking about the future are answered by how well we will continuously do in terms of exports, and even under exports, specifically non-traditional exports. So we want to pray you to contextualize the report that we are going to launch today. It's not just one of those reports that shows that something has happened, but it is even more important now because of the conversation we're having. Because in the end, if we're able to keep up on this trajectory and keep improving exports, and in particular non-traditional exports, then we will be in a position where no matter what is happening to the global economy, we will still have a dominant export position as compared to our import position. And you'll be in a position where you can hold your own without having to require a lot of help. You hear people say, but even in the countries where there is the key challenge, some of them have not had to resort to some of the requests we are making. You can check the data on how much help some of these countries have received already. Billions of cash coming to some of these economies that are even at war from all over the world. Therefore, they may not need to apply for help from somewhere under the same name that we are applying for, but they are getting billions from other parts of the world. And at the same time, some of these countries like Russia are still doing a lot of exports in the billions. And therefore, their economy may still be able to contain part of what is ongoing. You can check the data and help us educate the public a bit more. So beyond all that we are talking about, there's a broader economic conversation about how we improve our exports, and in particular our non-traditional exports. And I think it will help us if you find space to push this a lot more. Just wanted to set the context before we start our conversation. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are in your hands.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. You heard the Minister exports or exporting both goods and services from our country to other parts of the continent and to the world at large is a big agenda of this government. And Ghana Export Promotion Authority has always led us well to make sure that, especially now that we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area headquarters here in Ghana, we take advantage of it and showcase made in Ghana goods within the continent and also around the world. Without much ado, let me invite the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Efua Asabia Asari, to give us her opening remarks.
Good morning. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, the Honorable Minister for Information who just left, and I'm thankful that he gave the few remarks on or situated what this whole program is about, situated it into context for us. The Deputy Minister for Information, my own sister, Board Chairman and Board members of Ghana Export Promotion Authority, management and members of staff from Ghana Export Promotion Authority, directors from the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Information, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. And let me add my voice in welcoming you to this launch event, which is a brief ceremony but very significant on the calendar of our exporters. The year 2021 was widely heralded as the year of rebirth, and rightly so. This year has seen a resurgence in business and an optimistic return to normalcy. In terms of business, the year 2021 saw an uptick, with working amidst COVID protocols being part of the norm. As an institution with the primary mandate of facilitating the production and promoting made in Ghana products and services outside our boundaries, we come to terms with using technology primarily for several aspects of our operations where we hitherto heavily relied on in-person tactics. Business summit, trade shows, global seminars and exhibitions were all running virtually or in hybrid mode during the COVID times, and utilizing all available resources to promote export and strengthening exporters' capacities was what we had to do and do very well. Over time, with a reduction of restrictions and in-person events regaining prominence, we have perfected the art of incorporating a virtual perspective to all aspects of our operations. Interestingly, now we invite our exporters for in-person events, and when we do that, the next obvious statement from them is please share the link for us to join online. This practice has so quickly become a matter of course, as it is, as if it was always part of us. Another learning we have perfected is the art of partnerships and collaboration, which has proven to be impactful, engaging, and rewarding for stakeholders involved. Without sounding like a broken record, ladies and gentlemen, our mandate at the Ghana Export Promotion Authority as an agency under the Ministry of Trade and Industry seeks to facilitate the production and promotion of value-added goods and services made in Ghana. Within the export value chain and trade fraternity, our mandates are quite interdependent, and our best outputs are the ones that have been supported by strong institutional collaborations. Our exporters are the final beneficiaries of the work we do, as their productivity impacts the export figures. So you can understand why we tend to get excited when we record a significant increase in non-traditional export earnings.
that is products and services with value addition. We are quick to remind ourselves, however, that the broad target of $25.3 billion by the year 2029 is still on the horizon, and therefore the performance of the previous year is only an indication of the level of momentum we need to gather to achieve our objective of making Ghana an industrialized economy. As an implementing agency of the National Export Development Strategy, you would realize that the program's GEPA runs have been aligned to either of the following three pillars of the strategy to enable us work towards achieving our aim of turning our fortunes around. Pillar 1 is increasing productivity of our exporters. 2, advocating for the enhancement of the business environment to encourage exporters to export more. And 3, building the competence of exporters to enable them compete favorably in international market. And I dare say that also building the competence and the capacity of the staff of Ghana Export Promotion Authority. However, like I mentioned earlier, we are unable to achieve this alone as an agency, not because we are unskilled, but because the success of the strategy relies on the collaborative effort of public-private sector partnership. There is so much to be achieved in destination markets, and the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, provides duty-free treatment to groups of designated sub-Saharan African countries. We have barely scratched the surface of this act, and in 2021, we exported to 152 countries, and the EU and the UK markets continue to top our export destinations, contributing 35.9% to total market value. The Asian market demand alone is overwhelming, not to mention the new AFCFTA market that beckons. Ladies and gentlemen, you would realize that there's a lot we can do to turn things around if we set our minds to being export-oriented and aligning our operations to the pillars of the National Export Development Strategy. Suffice it to say that we can accomplish so much more with a collaborative and intentional approach, and I'm happy to report that we do have a number of examples to show. However, let me keep the suspense and invite you to continue the conversations after the launch of the 2021 non-traditional export statistics. Thank you to the research team of Ghana Export Promotion Authority led by Mr. Maxwell Kusi, Director of Research, for putting this report together. And last but not the least, thank you all for coming. I thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sabia, for the brilliant presentation. I'll now call the Honorable Deputy Minister in charge of Trade and Industry to give us his remarks and also perform the official launch.
Minister, thank you very much. Board Chairman and members of the Board of GEPA, CEO and members of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, colleagues from both Ministries of Trade and the Ministry of Information and all other agencies here, and of course our friends from the media. The Ministry of Trade and Industry is very happy to be associated with this launch, the launch of the 2021 non-traditional export statistics, for a host of reasons. This report first allows us to be able to analyze and evaluate the impact that the National Export Development Strategy is making on our overall export development agenda. As you know, the government has set out a vision to move our non-traditional export earnings from the current 2.9 billion to about 25 billion in a matter of a decade. And that means that we have to constantly evaluate our performance periodically to assess where our strengths are and also align our resources and efforts in areas where we need to realign. And therefore, the launch of this report is of particular importance to the ministry for that reason. It also allows us to further mainstream the National Export Development Strategy and the export agenda into the overall global industrial transformation agenda that the ministry is currently pursuing. We cannot export if we are not producing. We cannot export if we are not adding value. And so all the other areas, the industrial revitalization program, the 1D1F, the domestic retail infrastructure, SME development, and all of those programs are crucial for the development of export itself. And the launch of this report gives us the opportunity to reevaluate how we further mainstream export development into the industrial transformation agenda. And then it's also important to us because it allows us to further deepen institutional collaboration. Ghana Export Promotion Authority and the Ministry of Trade and Industry alone cannot drive the vision that we have set for ourselves. We need other ministries, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ministry of Information, Foreign Ministry, Ghana Standards Authority, Food and Drugs Authority, Customs, the banks, EXIM, all the other institutions that we need to work together with so that we can achieve the vision that we have set for ourselves. The launch of this report, we believe, allows us to come around the table again to assess the level of the participation and the collaboration between these agencies and how we further deepen that collaboration. Of course, the impact that the export earnings has on the performance of the economy is not lost on all of us at all. We know that the positive impact that it can have on our GDP, on the exchange rate, and of course on inflation as well. And therefore, that's another important reason why, and like the minister set it in motion, it's another important reason why the Ministry of Trade and Industry is happy with the launch of this report. Ghana today, in terms of preferential market size, we have about 2 billion market size, preferential market size. Of course, we've just heard about the Asian market as well, huge market. When you talk about the AFCFTA, we're talking about a market size of about 1.2 billion people. The interim economic partnership agreement with the EU gives us a market size of about 450 million people. The African Growth Opportunity Act, AGOA, gives us a market size of about 320 million people in the US market. Of course, we just ratified the interim trade partnership agreement with the UK, which gives us something like 65 million market size with the UK. And therefore, all put together, you're looking at a market size more than 2 billion people, plus the Asian market and the non-preferential market. Our responsibility is simple: how we're able to empower the private sector in terms of market intelligence, in terms of the right and suitable competitive operating environment, and of course, in terms of enhancing their productive capacity to be able to take advantage of these markets. That, we believe, is our responsibility, and that's what the Ministry of Trade and Industry continues to support GEPA with, to be able to deliver. The 2021 statistics give me hope and give the ministry hope that we're on course. Our year-on-year earnings from 2018 have shown a positive trajectory. 2018, year-on-year 2019, we saw a growth of about 10% on non-traditional export earnings. 2019, 2020, year-on-year 3%. 2020, we saw a decline. For obvious reasons, we dipped by a negative 1.84%. Today, we find that 2021 year-on-year, we've increased our non-traditional export earnings by 17%. That means we have moved it from 2.84 billion to 3.33 billion United States dollars. That is significant. This outstanding performance in the export sector is something that we must all be proud of as a government. And I congratulate the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, the Chief Executive, the board, and the executive body and all the members of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority for working very hard
together with all the other agencies that support you, for working very hard to produce this very astounding increase in our non-traditional export earnings. But it must cause us to, do more, especially for the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. It means that you have a responsibility to work double time, so that when we meet again next year, we are seeing a quadruple jump in the figures that we have recorded today. It must also cause us, inspire us to continue to work hard for the private sector, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that we're looking to empower to be able to export and increase the volumes of exports that we have seen. So we are very proud of GEPA. We're very happy as a ministry to announce this 17% jump in non-traditional export earnings, and we'll continue to provide the support that we give you to increase the numbers significantly by 2020, when 2022 year-on-year export earnings figures come out. So on behalf of my minister, the entire ministry, it is my singular honor to declare the 2021 non-traditional export statistics duly launched. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. If anything rang a bell in course of your address, it was the fact that there is no clearer path to self-sufficiency and also earning foreign exchange than industrialization. So I would like to thank your ministry for the leadership and the good work done, and to thank GIPA for leading us in showcasing made in Ghana goods and services outside the shores of our country. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of Shippers Authority, Ms. Benonita Bismarck. If you are here, give us a wave. Thank you for joining us. Now, I will yield the podium to Dr. Asabia to take us through the highlights of the 2021 non-traditional export performance.
Thank you once again. We have talked about what we have achieved. We have launched the statistics, but we need to understand what went into achieving what we did. And I'm here to put you through the statistics and the analysis of the statistics and how we got to where we are. And this is a very important part of the presentation of the program, because after going through all that we've gone through, the talks and whatever, you would ask, and so what? What are you supposed to make of these figures that we are mentioning? We've done well by achieving a 17% increase in our export earnings, and so what? But the presentation I'm going to do, the analysis, will show you why we got there and how we can even work harder and how we can encourage our exporters and our business people in the private sector, the farmers especially, to do what they do and do it even well, and how we can go about doing that to help them achieve and help us achieve even more than we have done in 2021. So we will be going through what GEPA's mandate and current areas of focus are, programs and projects summary, our 2021 non-traditional export performance summary, the chocolates and cocoa derivatives industry, and you would understand why we are very particular about this sector, the services export, which is quite new, but which is quite new, but which is a sector that we are pushing so hard. and the National Export Development Strategy's priority value chains. Thank you. Ghana Export Promotion Authority is a national trade promotion organization under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And our mandate is to promote and push value-added products and services onto the international market, as we always say. And what we do is to provide product development and supply, based expansion of export products. Another service that we provide is to market development and promotion of made in Ghana products and services on the export market, provide current market information to the exporter community, and then build the capacity of the Ghanaian exporters, including anybody who is interested in exporting, not leaving out the youth and especially women. We also provide consensus building, development of national export awareness. What you see in that circle, this, I think it looks very small, but we have that in the handouts that we brought with us, so you find them in there when we distribute the national, the copies of the NTEs. So just bear with us. These are just products that we work with. Some of the products we work with, the fruits and vegetables, cashew, processed cocoa, shea, fish and aquaculture, roots and tubers, palm oil, jewelry, apparels and textile services, and crafts, as well as fruits and vegetables. We have cashew nuts as well. These were what traditionally we were working with. But when I get to where I will talk about the National Export Development Strategy, you will realize that we have added even more. And so when you see 11 here, eventually you'll be seeing 17, because we have the 17 priority areas, which is part of the National Export Development Strategy. There are programs and projects that we execute at Ghana Export Promotion Authority that supports the industry, that supports the sector and our exporters to achieve what we do achieve annually. And some of the programs I'm going to talk about include the Youth in Export program. This is a program where we attach young people, both male and female, to exporters, to learn the trade along the whole value chain, so that at the end of a year, they can decide which value chain they are interested in working in, and along the value chain where they want to situate their business. We help them with tools, we help them with a little stipend to stay on the business for a year, to learn from the experts. And we do this in collaboration with the youth agency. So this is a very, very good program. We started with a pilot of 20 young people, and they all successfully passed out, and some of them have continued to do their own business in this sector. And so we have just published, and I think we published not so long ago, to continue with this program, and we have about 100 young people now going to be a part of the second phase of this program, which will also look at the youth in textiles and youth in art and crafts. The first one was youth in agric. We also have our export school. This is where we prepare exporters and potential exporters to be export ready. To be export ready is not just having a product that you think is going to do well on the market. You have to understand the nitty-gritties of getting your products ready, to understand certification standards, the market, how to access the market, what market needs what. And to do all of these, it will be very, very good for a potential exporter to come through the Ghana Export School. It is not only for potential exporters, it is for people who think that at one time in their business life or their entrepreneurship life, they may want to go onto the international market. Or even if you have a product that you want to develop, we can help you at the export school to develop that product to the level where it will not only be suitable for us in Ghana, but for the world. And so we have the export school, which is available in all the regions. Then we have our National Export Development Strategy. The National Export Development Strategy was put together by about 100 organizations in this country. So it is not a GEPA document. It is a national document that was put together by about 100 organizations in the export trade ecosystem, and it belongs to all of these organizations and more. So we are collaborating with all the agencies that took part in putting this document together, and we are implementing this document with the agencies. It's not going to be one of those documents that sits and gathers dust, and that is why it is not a GEPA document, but a national document that involves both the private sector and the public sector. We have the Market Hub at as our website. That's what we call the Market Hub, where we have information on all that you need to know about export and the happenings in GEPA and the happenings on the international market. And we have the GEPA Impact Hub. This is a physical place that we have made conducive for exporters to be able to access information. We have libraries, we have e-libraries, physical libraries. We have a space that you can have your meetings that we don't charge for. So you can just walk in as an exporter, or let us know if you want to have a meeting with us, or a meeting with your potential clients. And we do this because we know that most SMEs, which form the largest part of our clientele, do not have offices of their own. And to make things very easy for them, we created this conducive atmosphere for them to use. So you can come there and have meetings with your potential clients, or have meetings with us, or have us sit down with you to talk about a product that you want to put on the market or develop. And everything will be sorted out for you when you come there, because we even have the Ghana Standards Authority desk in this Impact Hub. We have the Food and Drugs Authority desk, and we have the PPRSD of the Ministry of Agri sitting with us to help us. And my sister from the Ghana Shippers Authority has indicated that she also wants to be part of the Impact Hub. So this is the place to be, and it is replicated in all the regions. Aside that, if you are in the districts, then you have to take advantage of this through the business resource centers that are in about 37 districts now. And we keep adding on. So we want to reach every corner of Ghana so that we can unearth and develop the products that are worthy of export. Then we have the market access programs that we have. And we have these market access programs in our Impact Hub. Almost every month, we are conducting seminars, programs, having conversations with the banks, with the insurance companies, with the embassies to support us in how to access markets in various countries. We are talking with the banks, we are talking with packaging organizations, branding. I mean, every month something is happening in our Impact Hubs, all in the by way of preparing our potential exporters and even those who are already in the business to put their best foot forward. We also have a pineapple revitalization program. This is where we have been supporting people in the agri sector, especially the pineapple growers, the coconut growers, and the cashew growers, including vegetable growers as well, with good seedlings, disease-free seedlings, so that they can produce more. We have done interventions in all of these areas that I have mentioned and continue to do so. In the art and craft sector, we've also done great interventions in this sector. We have built the Abompe Beads village, craft village in Abompe in the eastern region, where we supported the making of bauxite beads and ornaments with machines instead of the primitive way that it used to be done. We are preserving some aspects of the way it used to be done just for posterity and for history, and we hope that we will be working very soon, as we are talking with UNESCO, to make this a UNESCO site as well. But we have sent them machines that helps in producing most of the artifacts and the beads and all the products that they do to meet international standards and to make it even easy on them so that they can also produce more. So these are some of the interventions that we have been intervening in. Interventions that we are intervening in. So the non-traditional export performance summary, as you've been told, has moved from 2.8 in 2020 to 3.3 in 2021. And these are this figure you see is due to the interventions that we undertook. So the non-traditional export revenue has grown by about 17%. And this is due to the fact that our exporters worked very hard. Of course, the government supported, but they took the government support very seriously, and I want to say a big thank you to our exporters, and not just the exporters, the manufacturers, the farmers especially, who are producing the raw material base for most of the products and that we put out there. I want to say a big thank you to them, and I want us to clap for them for the work that they have done. As government and as Ghana Export Promotion Authority, we are just facilitators, and we give them a little support for what they do best. If you look at the NTE as compared to national exports, this is how it looks like in 2013. You see that we did 2.4 billion, as the national export was 13 billion. So you can see for yourself the table out there. So in 2021, I don't want to take so much of your time, but in 2021, as we did 3.3 billion, the national export, overall export for Ghana was 14.72 billion. So you can see that non-traditional export or value addition export forms quite a huge chunk of the overall exports, and we need to pay particular attention to this phenomenon. Our top 10 performing products are cocoa paste. Cocoa continues to be one of our top 10 performing products, but it is not just the raw cocoa. This is cocoa with value addition, and that is why we would be very excited if more cocoa is released to industrialists and manufacturers to produce more of the cocoa paste and cocoa butter and the chocolates and whatnot, every derivative of cocoa, because this is where we are making the most money in our non-traditional exports. Cocoa butter, cashew nuts continues to perform better, and even though it's doing well, we still need to process cashew. Most of the bulk of our cashew is going out of this country unprocessed, and we need to add value to it to make more money out of our cashew. And then the articles of plastics, canned tuna, iron, steel, circles, rods, sheets, all form part of our top 10 products. Refined palm oil, that is from palm oil, palm nuts is doing very well. Natural rubber sheets, the cocoa powder, and then the shea butter or the shea oil, or what they call the karate. So these are our 10 top performing products. And let's look at the sectors that made the most contribution to the NTE of 2021. The manufacturing sector, that is processed and semi-processed goods, especially the cocoa derivatives, contributed $2.8 billion. And then agribusiness, mostly made up of vegetables and fruits and cashew, and all of them made up of the agriculture products, got us $467 million. And then industrial art and crafts, which is slowly rising, got us $45.2 million. And textiles and garments is still contributing under 2% of Ghana's non-traditional export, despite the huge number of youth and women it employs, and it can even employ more if we make it a conscious effort to grow this particular sector. This is a very, very important sector that can engender jobs for our youth, and especially women. And so we are paying particular attention to this sector, and the ministry is working around the clock to see how it can expand this particular sector. Destination markets of our non-traditional exports are the European Union, the ECOWAS, and then other countries and other African countries. You know, we don't export amongst ourselves very well in Africa, and hence the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So we are working to leverage on AFTA to improve significantly our exports to other African countries through the strategy of setting Ghana export trade houses all over Africa and the rest of the world. And this we are almost achieving, because very soon we will come back here and announce to you 2 or 3 export trade houses that we are planting around the world, especially in Africa. We are also paying significant attention to other developed countries like the US, Canada, Australia, Japan, and other countries like China, Mexico, and Brazil. When we talk about the AFCFTA, some people are thinking that, okay, so then we are not going to be working with other countries again. That is, I have asked severally, are you therefore not pursuing exports to other countries around the world? No, we are continuing with what we used to do by exporting to other countries, but we are intensifying the work that we are doing on the continent. The cocoa derivatives sector, as said earlier, is the largest contributor to the NTEs, and the graph shows that cocoa butter and fat and oil and cocoa paste, and cocoa paste and chocolate and other food preparations are the largest contributor to the NTE. So we would wish that we will get a lot more cocoa to our manufacturers so that they can add value to it. We have the services sector. It's not a very new addition to this sector, but it wasn't until recently that we have put in more effort in this sector. And so we are looking at selling services. Some countries depend solely on services, and this even fetches them more money than products. We are lucky to have a lot of products that we are even spoiled for choice, and we have settled for 17 priority products. But we also have the services area that we can make some money out of. So we have been looking at the services sector comprising of higher education, ICT and IT-enabled services, the medical service, and the professional services. So far, we have visited Nigeria. We have done a lot of trade missions to Nigeria to talk to schools, to talk to young people, and we have managed to in 2021 to bring in about 6,860 students from Nigeria to make use of our very good universities in Ghana. We are talking to other universities in the sub-region. We've done this virtually, and we are still doing this to make sure that we sell our services in higher education to our neighboring countries, especially neighboring countries in West Africa. ICT and IT-enabled services, we have collaborated with the Accra Digital Center. We've organized a virtual and in-person IT fair in Accra, which attracted participants from across the world. And the cluster of IT companies at the ADC was mobilized to participate in online trade summits with countries such as Botswana and South Africa. So more than 40 IT firms participated in the fair and engaged in partnerships for growth. So this is also something that we are very keen on. We are working closely with the Ministry of Communication on this. Our medical services, during the year under review, the authority undertook an extensive mapping of 32 quality medical centers in the country in the bid to promote these medical centers in the sub-region. And also, we are not leaving out professional services like our carpenters, our electricians, our lawyers, architects. These are all services that when harnessed and channeled properly, we could sell on the continent. And we are working with the associations to do this. So these are the 17 priority areas of the National Export Development Strategy. And you can see the addition to the 11 we have pharmaceuticals, we have the aluminum products, we have textiles, we have automobiles and vehicles which have been added. And you know that there are a couple of automobile companies that have, pitched their tent in Ghana. They are not doing this for the 30 million people of Ghana, but they are doing so because of the advantage they want to take of the other surrounding countries in the sub-region, because Ghana is a very stable country, and they think that this is where they can pitch their tents in order to reach other countries in the sub-region. And that is why we have all of them coming here. It's because of the stability of this country and the ease of doing business of this country that is making it attractive for all of these people to come. And so it has become a very important aspect of our National Export Development Strategy priority products that we need to push as they pitch their tents here and produce what they produce. We need to support them to sell their products in the subsector. And so this brings me to the end of the analysis of the non-traditional export, the value addition statistics that was just launched by the minister. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the insightful presentation, Dr. Asabia Asari. That was so beautiful. And one thing I will say to young entrepreneurs is that on your checklist, make sure you visit the Impact Hub at GEPA, if not for anything. Go there, find out what they have. See if you can meet some standards. If you get some advice, you never know, you may become a unicorn in the near future. So please, take advantage of all the things that Dr. Asabia Asari has mentioned. We now come to a very important exercise. We have media men and women with us we will take this opportunity to open the floor for them to ask questions. Please, if you have any question or submission, kindly raise your hand. They will bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and your media house and proceed to ask your question. Please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you don't, it means this press briefing went very well. We understood everything. Yes, please. Okay, so I'll take the first question from... Okay, please, do we have any hands up? Okay, I can see only one. Okay, we'll take the second question from the gentleman standing at the back. Anyone? I take that to be the only two questions we have. Okay. So please, okay, we'll take a third question from here. So your name, media house, and proceed to ask your question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm glad of this report, and more importantly, the inclusion of the export services is key for us. So my question is, now that we've seen growth in the end schemes, the question that I'm asking is that given that there are continuous supply chain disruptions, and then also we have the Ukraine, the Russia war ongoing. And then also that we are heading towards global recession. How are we positioning ourselves such that the impact of these crises do not dwarf the growth that we've made in this period? Yeah, so that's my question.
Okay. So if I understood your question, you want us to mention, you want the CEO to mention a pathway in view of the supply chain disruption occasioned by the pandemic and also the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay, thank you for the question. So we'll take the second question from...
Good morning. My name is Francis Into. I write for the Ghana News Agency.
Okay.
We have a $25.3 billion target to achieve in 7 years. We are making about 3.3 now. How are you going to achieve the 20 billion deficits? What specific target year on year is GEPA giving it to itself? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Francis. Please, we had a third hand.
Good morning. My name is Michael Mauli from Cocoa Board. We are happy to know that cocoa derivatives top the charts for non-traditional export products. And we, as the regulator of the cocoa sector, would like to know what specific roles we can play to continue boosting the exports.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I take that to be the last question unless anyone has a question. If not, we'll go to Dr. Sabia for her responses and her concluding remarks. Okay.
Okay, to the first question about the supply chain disruptions and how we think that we can achieve what we have set out to achieve. That's why we are working in collaboration with all the other agencies and with the private sector. Not only that, we are working with international bodies, and we just don't go out selling our products on any market. We do study the markets to see where our products are needed. And although the world is going into recession, food is always very important, and that's what we do best here. We are lucky that we have an agriculture, our country is an agrarian one, and so we produce food all around. We are lucky to have what we have by way of the seasons, and what we have to do is to be very conscious about what we do from now onwards, knowing that this is what is happening to the world. We need to be very conscious of that, and we need to be conscious about what we do. And that is why we also have priorities. The priorities were not just put together anyhow. They were put together in the context of what is happening in the world and where the market is needed for what products that we have made a part of the priorities. So we have, we keep cognizance of all of what is happening in this world as part of the strategy that we put together to market our products and services on the international market. The second question, how do we achieve the 20.5 billion in the next 7 years? Am I right? That's the question. Yes, if we are very focused on what we are doing, and we work with the National Export Development Strategy, inshallah, if nothing bad happens, we should be able to achieve this. Although the beginning is a little wobbly, we think that we will pick up the momentum if we are focused on what we have said we will do. If we are intentional about everything that we have put down in that document, which wasn't put together by GEPA, but virtually by the whole country, then we should be serious about what we have put together, and we should get the targets if we are intentional and support the industrialization agenda of this government. It means it shouldn't be difficult for us to get our 25.3 billion in 2029. The last question, I didn't completely. What Cocoa Board should do? Yes. Cocoa Board has been a very good collaborator, and we are still in talks with Cocoa Board as to how they can release more cocoa beans for our manufacturers to be able to add more value to the cocoa beans that we have, so that we can get more. We are talking to Cocoa Board. They have supported us in many of the interventions that we have done. They have traveled with us to showcase cocoa derivatives, and I think that they are a very good collaborator. And so I believe that with the statistics that they are seeing, they are even going to help us more. Thank you. Closing remarks. We have closed. I want to thank you very much for making time to hear us, to go through the NTE statistics for 2021 with us, and the media. You are so important to us. Not that because you are here, I'm saying that, I'm part of the media as well. I've worked as a media person as well. I know how well you can, put this whole thing together and even explain to all the people that we can reach, because you reach more people than we do. I am so grateful that you came, and I know that you can even take our story further than we can. I also want to thank the ministers, the 3 ministers who have supported us in this whole program, the 2 deputy ministers, the deputy minister for Trade and Industry, the deputy minister for Information, and the minister himself, Honorable Kwejo Opon Kroma. I want to thank all of you from the various agencies, and we work in collaboration with all these agencies. We work in collaboration. We couldn't have done this by ourselves. It's because we've been working with Exim Bank of Ghana. We've worked with GIPC, Ghana Investment Promotion Center. We want to say thank you to the Ghana Free Zones Authority, the Ghana Shippers Authority, Ghana Standards Authority, the Food and Drugs Authority, and all the agencies that we have who have been collaborating very well with us. Let's keep this relationship strong, and I know that hopefully by the end of 2029, we would have achieved what we have set out to achieve. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming.
Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of today's press briefing. Thanks for joining us. Good afternoon.
Some 3 years ago, government launched the Nation Builders Corps program, an initiative that was to see an end to the exodus of graduate unemployment in the country. 3 years down the line, the program has ended, yet the beneficiaries are out today about to demonstrate. Today on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, we speak to some of the NAPCO trainees to find out from them whether the initiative, which was meant to end their frustration, has ended up compounding the frustrations of a Ghanaian unemployed graduate. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George. We'll be right back. So welcome back from the break. This is still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George. And as indicated earlier, today we are speaking to beneficiaries of the NAPCO initiative to find out from them how they have so far benefited or otherwise from the program and why they are out demonstrating today. Chief, welcome. Thank you. Why are you out today? Why are you out today?
We are here to demonstrate.
And the purpose is
that?
The purpose of your demonstration?
The purpose is President Akufo-Addo. He brought NAPCO to help solve unemployment in the country, which we appreciated very well. But then, he promised us that to the end of the NAPCO, the program will be absorbed into the mainstream, that's giving us permanent job. As I'm speaking right now, there's nothing like that. Everything shows that he has no plan for us. And but there are a lot. My colleagues will also say,
sure.
Yeah.
Right, so we speak to another trainee here. Boss, this was supposed to be for 3 years. You were told that it is for 3 years. How were you then convinced that after 3 years you were supposed to get a job?
That is what the government, the president himself told us. So the president promised that after the 3 years, he will make sure that each and every trainee will be employed permanently. That is why we voted for him. Yes.
But then what has become of the situation now, your situation now?
Yeah, after the 3 years, they brought a letter and it was stated that we should stay home. Yeah. And later on, within 1 or 2 weeks, they came back and said we should stay at post. Now, since that we have not been hearing from them, they don't pay us, and we've not heard anything about our permanent work. We are interested in the permanent work. So what the president promised that we are here to demonstrate for it. That is why we are here.
We do understand that you had issues with the payment of your allowances. How far with that?
The CEO was not giving us any information. So we don't know the problem which is on the ground. Because he was not giving us any information.
But as it stands now, are you owed any arrears?
Yeah, they owe us 3 months. And those under Hill Ghana, they owe them 10 to 11 months.
They owe you as much as 10 months?
They owe me 3 months. But those under Hill Ghana, they owe them 10 months.
We understand some 1,400 cedis was paid recently, which is for 2 months. How about that?
That one, it is true.
But beyond that, you are still owed arrest?
Yeah, we worked for 5 months and they paid 2 months. Now it remained 3 months. Okay. So we need that 3 months, and that those under Hill Ghana, they owe them 10 months.
Okay. Yes, so we still have some of the beneficiaries here. They are out here demonstrating today out of frustration. They say that they want permanent jobs. The agreed 3 years contract has expired, but then they say that a promise of a permanent job was made and they are looking forward for a fulfillment of that promise. Chief, tell us, over the 3 years of working under NAPCO, how was the experience like?
Oh, we gained some considerable experience, like in terms of working in the public service and how the public sector is run. Yeah, so we've gained some skills and knowledge about that, how we do things in the public sector. So that's what we've got to suffer for the past 3 years.
But beyond the experience in the public sector, which public sector do you work in?
I'm under Revenue Ghana, and I'm under Ghana West Municipal Assembly, the Mayoral Zonal Council. Yeah, so that's what I posted to.
But before NAPCO, what was your situation?
Yeah, actually before NAPCO, I was doing a part-time job before I enrolled in the NAPCO. So we're hoping that with the expiring of the 3 years contract, we will make permanent. Yeah, so and that's what we all seek for. That's the main reason we are betting on this action. So it will be made permanent, as the president has promised us. You see. But unfortunately, it's not the other way. It's not the other way around. Yeah, so that's what we're hoping for.
Your contract expired, and you were told to stay around, and then in the hopes that government would actually fix you the set permanent job. How has it been like since your contract ended?
Oh, it's been terrible. We only had a press release that we should stay on, and then since then nothing more. So we don't know whether they are committed to it or not. When the contract ended in November, some people were asked to go home. Those who were posted to other ministries or other departments asked to go home. So it was that agitation that led the government to come back to the knee-jerk reaction that we should stay on. And since then, we haven't had anything, whether we are staying on for permanency or what. So the government just seems to come out and clear the air about the whole issue. Whether we're still, because we were told to begin extra 1 year. So after the 1 year, what is it for? We need to make us permanent or what? That's what we want to know.
Are you also owed arrears?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I think from November, December to February. That's some 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah, 4 months.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And the whole 4 months, how has things been for you?
It's been terrible. It's been terrible because we don't know as a system any fix. We don't know the way forward. We don't know the way forward. So we need clarification on the whole issue.
Okay. So yes, they are out here. They are waiting for their colleagues to join them. Actually, for the demonstration to comment. But then. We are still, yes, we will speak to one of them as well. Boss, your name?
Fred Sorry.
Under which module were you placed?
Educate Ghana.
So it means you were teaching?
Yes, please.
Which school?
Essom Salvation Army Basic School.
How was the experience like teaching under the NAPCO initiative?
Okay, it was well. I have gained enough experience, and for the whole three good years, the experience is very good for me.
But then beyond the experience you gathered, as a NAPCO person, how did your job treat you?
Okay, seriously, as an educated person like me, and inside the classroom, please, for the experience that I've gained, I cannot establish, and if I don't have enough money or amount to establish my own private school. So now we are just pleading to the government. We are pleading to the government to maintain us. We have the necessary documents. We have all the documents. We have our licenses, national service done, and 3 years experience in NAPCO now. So for now, we the educated people, we don't have any place to go. So we are just pleading to the government to maintain us.
Which tertiary did you attend?
Yeah, Unibar.
Unibar. Yeah. Oh, okay. So is it a degree? Are you a degree holder?
Yes, please.
Degree in
basic education.
Before NAPCO, were you unemployed?
Oh, okay. I was teaching in one of the private schools in my locality.
Okay. And then NAPCO came.
Yes.
But now you've been asked, even though you've been asked to stay around until government decides on your fate, do you feel like you are unemployed at the moment?
Oh yes, please. For now, I feel that I'm still unemployed, but I still go to school. Though I still go to school, I go to school, do my work as I've been given as a permanent teacher now.
Then what makes you feel unemployed?
As you know, I can really say that the amount or what our same colleagues, the staff, my staff members are taking, that makes me unemployed because at the end of the month, I don't gain any salary, I don't gain any money. So I just go to work, teach, and at the end of the month, I don't receive anything.
Yes, so this is Still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. Today we have joined some NAPCO trainees who are demonstrating and asking for permanent jobs following the expiration of their 3-year contract. The policy, which was introduced by government in 2017 and 2018, was to see an end to graduate unemployment. We'll be back after this short break.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back from the break. This is Still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and today we have joined NAPCO trainees here at the Sports in Accra, where they are about to commence a demonstration pressing on government to provide them permanent job posts after the expiration of their 3-year contract. We speak to them about their frustrations and their experience and demands as well. Boss, you joined NAPCO 3 years ago. On the day that the program was inaugurated at the Independence Square, were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Can you share your feelings? How was the feeling that day?
You see, just imagine, it is being nice. Someone who's completed university from years without a job, and then you finally get the opportunity and chance to be called an employed person to go to work. It was a nice experience, and we hope for the best. So I was happy, and I thought something good was going to come out of it. So I joined. That is why I joined. I was happy.
But after 3 years, what happened? What has happened to your expectations?
In fact, I would say I'm very disappointed. I'm very, very disappointed, especially looking at where I've been placed. I'm with local government. And then for the past 3 years, we've been there and they bring people day in and day out as new staffs. And funny thing is that even when they come, sometimes you show them the job, you give them training. And the reason why I joined today's program is, look at the recent local government recruitment. They recruited over 3,000 new staffs. Over 3,000 new staffs. So what happened to NAPCO personnel? They are going to give us 3 years working experience in local government jobs, and then you go to recruit new people. And you see, the sad thing is that I did not hear of any info or anything that local government is going to do some recruitment. Otherwise, we would have applied, and after maybe I would not have applied and I didn't get it, fine.
But then government directed the various institutions to prioritize NAPCO trainees when it comes to job openings in their outfit. You feel like your outfit or the other outfits have not been fair to you as a NAPCO trainee and your colleagues in that regard?
They've not been fair at all, because like I said earlier, one thing that is very crucial is that you should get the information. Even I did not hear any information that what local government has opened the portal for recruitment on it. You didn't get information. All of a sudden, you heard local government have released first batch, second batch, and a third batch. And then the funny thing is that there are some colleagues that even they are not NAPCO trainees, but they are there. And ask yourself, how come that you did not hear that local government is going to what? Recruit new staff, and even you couldn't apply. So if the president said they should give priority to NAPCO trainees, and later, even there was no info as to when or this what is going to happen, and you see people being brought to office that these are new staff. How do you feel?
So what is your current situation?
As for me, the president, His Excellency, sat on radio in Bono region some time ago that he's going to, place we the NAPCO guys into government agency and they will recruit new cohort. So that promise, we should fulfill it. We should fulfill the promise he made to us. A lot of NAPCO guys have had opportunities. A lot of them. So me, for instance, I had opportunity in some private companies, but I rejected it because I know, government work, the condition and stuff is better. Because looking at the recent COVID outcome, a lot of guys in the private sector, they lost their jobs. So who would doubt? If you had opportunity to be recruited into the government sector and private sector, we had a lot of opportunity, but because of this NAPCO thing, we rejected it. And NAPCO also made it aware that we shouldn't be engaged in any other business. We should only stick to NAPCO. So that's why we've not moved out.
Yeah, some critics have said that if government is not giving you what you want, you have the opportunity to set up your own business. Why haven't you set up your own business? Why haven't you gone into entrepreneurship?
My brother, in this country, being an entrepreneur is not an easy thing. One, ask yourself, where's the environment? Has the government created enough or an enabling environment for you to what? Come out with your own job? Where's the support? Some of us, we have a lot of ideas that we can get, but where's the support? Recently, look at what happened. Is it I forgot to see, when the COVID came, there was this support by, MasterCard, something called. So I applied to some business, I applied, I wanted support, but nothing happened. And I learned the monies were distributed based on partisan issue or stuff. This country, our country I live in, the situation here. The situation I live in. So it's not that we don't want to do our own job, but where is the environment? Where is the point? Create an enabling environment for us to do what? To do our business. Even just to get a permit to operate a business, it's not an easy thing in this Ghana. So a young graduate, and if we look at how NAPCO is treating us in terms of paying us our stipends, you work for over 5 months and then you've not been paid. So where do you expect me to get the money to save or to go and do something? Or even which banks or what is ready to give you loan to start a business, looking at what? Your status.
So he does mention the fact that government should create an enabling environment for them to be able to go into their own private businesses. Government in its justification for pushing for the passage of the controversial electronic transaction levy bill into law says the purpose is to also give youth the opportunity to go into business, and that we will use the funds to start a project called YouStart. We speak to other NAPCO beneficiaries to find out from them what they make of this promise. Boss, welcome to Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Your name?
Please, I'm Isaac Mesa.
Okay. The government wants to pass e-levy, electronic transaction bill, tax on electronic transactions. Government in its justification says that it will use some of the revenues for the YouStart project, which is to give people like yourself the opportunity to go into private business by making available funds for you. What do you, with your experience with NAPCO, what do you make of this promise by the government?
Although the promise that the government made is a good initiative, and besides, you want to create a job whereby we the youth, we are here, we don't have anything that we have to do that will fetch us money. so that the taxes or the e-levy that he wants to embark on will be successful. So the government have to create jobs so that when we are working and we are getting money, I think that will help us to contribute and support the e-levy.
You were part of NAPCO, right? And the experience lies within yourself. You were on the field. If government says that NAPCO has come, NAPCO is going, now give me e-levy so that I can give people like yourself opportunity. With everything that you saw in your days as a NAPCO trainee, what do you make? Do you think that government will come through on its promise relative to the Youth Start project?
Please, we don't have job. The youth don't have job. We don't have anything to do to fetch us money. How can we pay the e-levy? So the government has to do something. Even we, the youth, and we are tired in this country. We are not getting anything to do in this country. So government has to create jobs so that when he wants to tax us with the e-levy, we will also be able to give him to do what he wants to do.
What is your current situation now?
We are unemployed. We are unemployed. We are at home. Nothing is going on.
The government asks that you stay at your job until a solution to your problem, your situation is found. Why do you consider yourself unemployed at the moment?
All right. Since September, October, before the program will be ended, they told us that we should remain at post 1 year. But here is the case. Nobody is communicating to us since the finance minister gave us the assurance that they will absorb us. But now we don't have money. So NAPCO plan to embark on demonstration, which I think it pushed the secretariat to give us the 2-month salary. And someone working for 5 to 6 months without getting any salary or stipend, how can that person survive? You know, some of our nurses, the trainees who are under here in Ghana, they also have not been paid for past 10 months, which is very bad. It's very pathetic.
Okay, thank you. Yes, their frustrations are obvious. They want permanent job postings, and they are hoping that today, from the demonstration they are about to embark on, government will heed to their call and then get them the permanent postings. Boss, can I speak to you for a moment? Welcome to Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. What's your name, please?
Yeah.
What's your name, please?
I'm Eric.
Eric, under which of the modules were you placed?
Revenue Ghana.
How was the experience like, or how has the experience been like for you?
The experience has been terrible. In fact, the experience is very, very terrible. From 6 months up to now, we haven't been paid. And we always take out to work. You know, how is the government expecting us to get money to be a transportation? We are really suffering. In fact, we are really suffering. Very, 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 very.
I was trying to ask your colleague that government indicates that yes, NAPCO came, NAPCO is probably going, but then what it intends to do is to raise revenue from the e-levy, proposed e-levy, to give you an opportunity through Youth Start so that you can start your own business and all that. From your experience having been to NAPCO, which government promised that it was going to better your situation, do you think that government will come through with this promise with the Youth Start?
Listen, initially that was not the government. That was what the government told us. The government told us that he's going to, usher us into the mainstream. That's going to make us permanent. He didn't tell us that he's going to, open a Youth Start and then usher and not go into a Youth Start. The government promised us that we are going to usher us into the mainstream. That's to make us permanent in the various models in which we are. So ask the government to fulfill his promise that he made to us. That is to make us permanent. I also pay our arrest to us. We are really suffering, so to pay our arrest and make us permanent as well.
But if government should go ahead with the Youth Start project, like I said, from what you have seen with NAPCO, do you think that Youth Start will also come and turn out the same way NAPCO turned out?
That's what I'm thinking. That the same way as NAPCO is being, that's the same way the Youth Start is also going to be. It's going to be a bogus as the NAPCO in which we are. We're even frustrated. We are frustrated trainees, and we don't know even what to do.
Working as a NAPCO beneficiary, what is your level of education?
I'm a bachelor.
You hold a degree?
Yes.
And then you were paid 700 cedis a month. How do you survive with that?
you know, there's no option than to do it like that. But because the government, promised us that in the due process, we're going to usher us into the mainstream. That's to make us permanent in the various places in which we are. So we thought in the due process, the government will fulfill his promise, not knowing that it's a scam or it's a political thought or whatever. We don't know. So we are asking the government to fulfill his promise and also pay us our rest. From 6 months up to now, we haven't been paid. So and
in this case,
and we have parents that we take care of.
So in this case, you believe that you have been scammed by government?
That's what we are all believing. We don't want to believe that from the look of things and from the point of view. That's what we are believing, that the government wants to scam us.
Okay. But going forward, after today, what are your expectations? What are you asking for? Your colleagues have said that they are looking for permanent posting. Is it the same position that you hold?
Yes, because we've already wasted 3 years. And no, day in and day out, man is growing. And we have parents, we have kids to take care of. So we are asking the government to make us a permanent in the various models in which you are, so that we can also move ahead in life.
Okay. I would want to conclude my session with you. If you ever have the opportunity again and NAPO comes your way, are you going to join NAPO again?
Never. Why? Never. Because from the experiences I've had, brother, we are really suffering. Not even me alone. I'm really suffering. We are suffering. All the trainees are suffering. From 6 months, you are working without payment. You take care in and day out. I'm now even depending on my father. It's my father who sponsored me in and day out. Even this morning when I was coming, I called my father to send me transportation. It's very, very horrible and terrible as well. So we are asking the government to here we are the trainees to usher us into the mainstream and also pay us the rest. Thank you.
So these are the cries and the woes of an unemployed Ghanaian graduate. 3 years promise of a job opportunity. After the expiration, they are still calling on government to fulfill its promise. As whether the promise will be fulfilled by government or not, we wait to see. This has been Saying Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Ayisi. And until we meet again for our next episode, I leave you with visuals of the demonstration by NAPCO beneficiaries demanding for permanent jobs.
Condition of service, whether we are going to pay the same $20 cedis, whether we have been given an extension, we don't know anything of that sort. And so today we are here to demonstrate for our ideas and also to demand for the permanent jobs that we promise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Why are you disappointed at? Sack him. He's incompetent. Alias is incompetent. Dr. Ibrahim Alias is incompetent. He cannot do the job. He cannot do the job. He's incompetent. He is competent. No communication. We deserve better. Young professionals shall work more than 200 Ghana cedis. We deserve better. For the past 10 months, we've not been paid. We deserve better. Please, His Excellency, fulfill your promises. We deserve better. Fulfill your promises. His Excellency, Nanabu, Downpa, Okufado, fulfill your promises. Now cool.
The contractual impasse conversation involving Black Sherif and Chavez is being revisited. Black Sherif is being dragged to court by the investor for signing a contract without his consent. The update has actually divided opinions, with some asking why it had to go to this extent, while some say it is a good case for the industry because it's going to be the first time an investor is dragging a musician to court. We are seated for a riveting conversation on this one, aside other issues that made headlines in this week. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. I am Abrantepa, and my guests are seated. The man the ladies call Mr. Smooth. Now, when he appears on Moons and Cuddles, he says he's Mystic Mike. But about Bloggers Forum, or to Ija, or Chanko for Meko, to also the Black Pepper. Black Pepper is with blackpepper.com. Charlie, thanks for joining us.
Many thanks for having me.
How have you been?
We're grateful for life, and we keep on grinding.
How are the ladies?
Oh, they are there. They are still searching.
they are
still searching, hoping to land one for the long term.
I see. Nene B is an author. He's the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Nene, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Peer
pressure. Peer pressure.
And is it a necklace?
Yes, a necklace. The two of you are wearing spectacles, so I was pressured into wearing a shade myself.
Yes. I think you should add it to your brand.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've been experimenting with what to do with my brand since I became an author. I don't want to write. Don't say author for no with turtleneck any suits.
Yeah.
That's all authors wear. I don't want to do that.
So what do you want to wear? T-shirts, sunglasses,
gangster
with a necklace.
You
need some choker be somewhere.
What is choker?
Charlie, free your mind.
Okay, so let's start with how you've affected my life.
Who is the you?
You are Brantipa.
Me?
Yes.
Hey, today to, okay.
You grew up in Kumasi, right?
Yeah.
And you're an Ashanti?
Yes.
And you attended the government school in Kumasi?
Yes.
And so usually when I tell people, when I speak bad English most of the time, my tenses no ya na shedanfa. So when people ask me that why is that I could school kakra, you're an author, why do you speak bad English? I'm like, I grew up in Kumasi in Canberra for China na yeka. Until I read your article about Obiampos, and now I can't use that excuse again. Because I brought it so Kumasi, a friend is saying, "Oko government school, I don't know what trouble for Papa now there, for time one out." But then that's how you have affected my life. But the article itself, when you're in this industry for a long time, right? It's very, very difficult not to be biased about certain people and certain issues because you tend to build relationships with people. Like I've known Obiampon for at least 7 years. I didn't even realize that he mentioned it recently.
Okay.
I've known him for at least 7 years. And I remember in 2015 or 16, when I was trying to be an artist, spoken word artist, I put together a show at Samini's Amsterdam. And I sold only 4 tickets. Only 4 tickets of the show I put together. I advertised on the radio, newspaper, Facebook, everything. And nobody came, only 4 people came. I remember some girl that I used to like, she came with her boyfriend, only boyfriend who bought tickets. So she contributed to the 2 people who bought that ticket. And Obi and Ponta was one of the people who performed on that show. And actually performed for free for me. Because actually we had agreed an amount I was going to pay him. When he came there and saw that nobody patronized any ticket, he just left without even telling me goodbye.
I see.
So it's hard for me to be critical of him. But the good thing about someone like someone like Obi, no you're a bad person. Someone like Obi is that he doesn't even put you in a position to want to, be to have to sell your your values to defend him. You understand? Everything that he has done that people have been criticizing him for are things that I 100% think he's in the right of doing, right? And I just want to commend him because he's, as an artist, as a comedian, he's in a position where he is ruffling on the feathers of people and then he's rattling on the capes of people. That means that people care what he says. If you're an artist and you talk and nobody cares what you say, that means that you are not worth your salt. So I want to commend Obi that I've been years since I've known him, doing this for a very long time. And he's at a position where, you know, supporters of a politician or of a president attack him, spouses of media people attack him just because he's doing his job. And I want to commend him for being a great person. That's not what your article said. Your article was so many big English. I didn't understand what your article said.
You need a breakdown. you need a breakdown. I see. Okay. Black.
Still on the Obi Amposa, you know, issue with Israeli's wife, Louisa. I had asked you if you knew the profession of Madame Louisa, because I suppose she's a corporate lady. And so couldn't understand where Obi was coming from. Myself, I had met Obi at one of Vodafone Ghana's events at Labadi. And that was my first time of seeing him in action. And it is true, Obi can rile you up. You know, he can irk you. But then over the years, I found that he's distilled his craft, he's refined it, and now he's getting the acclaim that he well deserves, having put in the work. Now, on the substantive issue for which Madame Laye lambasted him on social media, had to do with Israel getting COVID and then isolating in a boys' quarters. And he compared that to Nana Lion, who didn't have shit. Nana Lion, I think, works at Plaza FM.
Yeah.
So the question is, what riled up Madame Laye so much? It is the case that journalists are paid poorly in this country, especially when we are in an association and not a union, where we can have power to demand the rates for which we should be paid. Journalists in this country are taking 800 cedis a month. Even in media houses where their lead presenters get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, in the newsrooms of those media houses, there are 800 taking journalists. And so Obi was just reflecting the society that we live in, where journalists are poorly paid. And Madame Laye should ask herself, why are seasoned and veteran journalists, at the least chance they get corporate opportunities, leave? She should ask herself that question. If the media work was so well earning and we were well paid, why did Matilda Santi, at the least chance getting a corporate, leave? Why did Samuel Ajiman, Metro TV's finest, why did he leave for the harbor?
There are reasons people
will leave aside earning.
Yes.
I know that. But then I surmise that earnings play a crucial role. Madam Gifty Bingley, when Tigo came calling, she snapped it up. Tigo snapped her up. And now she's even more moved to greater things. Kameni Amano, Star FM, recently left her job at Star and is in the US with a media organization. She recently put up a post about poor earnings of journalists, and yet they're doing nothing about it or not having the voice to speak about it, but then always championing the causes of all other groups of people in the society. And you should have seen that post attracting swarms of journalists of all shapes and sizes. So, Madame Laye, I'm afraid journalists are poorly paid. So what Obi was intimating was that your husband must have done well for himself, must have been earning well to be able to afford land, to be able to build a main residence, and then as a bonus have a quarters, boys' quarters.
There are claims that statement was sarcastic.
I'm afraid I do not see.
I do
not see that saying the word assassin. Journalists are saying, Obiaye Juma more than a decade. They do not have a hand cook to their names. They are living with their parents. That is the reality on the ground. So, Madame Laye, you should have been circumspect. And I'm afraid you put your husband under undue scrutiny. This is somebody whose work deals with talking about people. Mr. Israel, even if he's a newscaster, we're still reading news about newsmakers. He speaks on the actions and inactions of people in the society.
How best could she have handled the issue, in your opinion?
She gave an admonition in February or earlier in the month that we should take ourselves lightly. We should take things in jest. We should not take ourselves too seriously. She made a public post that I read in your article. Where was that humor? Where was that taking yourself lightly? When it had to do with your husband, all hell broke loose? When it came to your husband, so that one, yay, Basa, what do you mean? You small boy, how dare you, badly raised and all that. I'm afraid, Madam Lai, you had brought undue attention. You had put your husband under undue scrutiny. And I'm sure Mr. Israel in the bedroom would have told Madam Lai that, come on now, baby girl. This was needless. You have put me under undue scrutiny. You understand? So, Madam Lai, please, going forward, with such outbursts, Susumu and Ukuno say, darling, they said me blast Yakwawi. And I'm sure Israel, that I know, a very calm gentleman, a very measured gentleman, would have said, darling, let this be. Let this be. Let's not give him the light of day. We are Okoyekra. And Obi, very cunning, very witty, very crafty, has capitalized on Madam Lai's supposed bashing and has increased his viewership on YouTube and has increased his earnings in Tokoyana Sobai.
When he said Israel is a calm man, I just remember something that I read recently. There's this guy who was asked, why do calm guys usually end up dating or marrying women who are very fiery? Very fiery. And then he said somebody has to tell the waiter they got the order wrong. I'm not going to be the one going to do it. So maybe Israel's calm nature.
No, but actually that's something that people have been saying. Like if you are calm, you need fire. If you are fire, you need
That's
water.
why I need fire.
So are you calm or you are?
I'm very calm.
He says he's calm, so he needs fire.
I'm very calm.
Mati, you don't go break here. Let's take a break. When we return, Vogue is next, and then we'll do Black Sherif and Chavez lawsuit.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa. My guest, Nenebi, is an author of the book Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Black Pepper is with blackpepper.com. Now, Black Sherif and Black Pepper. But the thing just occurred to me. We'll talk about Black Sherif and Service Consult or record label or Shadrach. The names are plenty. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that there is a rate of summons. We don't know whether Black Sherif has been served or not. But there are some demands. We'll come back and talk about the issue. I'll give you how it all started for those who if there is something in Jerusalem, what's the expression? They are new.
Stranger.
Yes, stranger. So if you are a stranger here, we'll let you, we'll bring you up to speed how the whole thing happened and where we have gotten to and the way forward. But before that, let's go for Vogue.
Hi guys, you are welcome to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am of course Irabana Everett. Today we are going to be looking at healthy foods you can fit into your diet to give you some fresh looking skin right after this break. Welcome back. You are still watching Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and I am, of course, Irabana Everett. Now, and I did say before we went on the break that we were going to look at some healthy foods you can apply into your diet to give you a healthy looking skin. In our everyday lives, we explore pharmaceutical and chemical-based products that either put us on track or set us off course. Today, I'm going to be giving you 5 healthy foods you can try to give you healthy looking skin. Like mine. Starting off, you can try orange or yellow foods such as carrots. Now, carrots can protect your skin from the sun rays. The beta-carotene in carrots is a skin-friendly nutrient that gets converted into vitamin A inside the body. It helps repair skin tissues while also protecting skin from harmful radiation. Did you know that? I'm not sure you did, so get your carrots game on. Moving on, you can also try spinach and other dark green leafy vegetables. Now, the spinach helps give you healthy skin and hair. It is also rich in vitamin A and is also necessary for the growth of all bodily tissues, including your skin and your hair. Spinach and other leafy greens are high in vitamin C and are crucial for building and maintaining collagen. This provides structure to the skin and your hair, keeps it firm and of course, very lush. Tomatoes. Now, I'm not sure you knew tomatoes played a vital role in your life. Tomatoes are an excellent source of vitamin C. Besides boosting your immune system, vitamin C can help stimulate collagen production. Applied topically, vitamin C may help improve skin elasticity, and it also makes your skin firmer, like I said previously. Now, looking at blueberries. Blueberries are high in antioxidants, fiber, and nutrients. All of these put together may help your skin's ability to fight inflammation related to acne and also premature aging. Now, I see a lot of my young ladies out there using anti-aging creams. That is terrible for your skin. Try blueberries and then, give me a call and say, Ra, you were right. Now, finally, brown rice. I know a lot of us don't like brown rice because from research done, a lot of us say it's not nice, it doesn't taste right, but it's very healthy for you. This contains fiber and various other essential nutrients and minerals. Brown rice can make your skin blemish-free. Additionally, brown rice being jam-packed in protein can promote cell growth and increase blood flow in your skin. This is because proteins are known to be strong exfoliants. I felt that. Proteins are meant to be strong exfoliants. Try brown rice, ladies and gentlemen. Try brown rice. Now, all of this might not work for some people, but might also work for other people because we all have different skins and different systems. But put into account what you eat and how you eat it, and then give me a call and let me know. If it doesn't work for you, I'll find another routine for you. This has been Vogue on Bloggers Forum and GhanaWeb TV. I am Irabana Everett. See you soon.
Thanks, Irabna, for the segment Vogue. And in your Nene, I'm sure Nene's skin doesn't look like he eats some of these foods.
I'm someone who takes veggies a lot.
Oh, really? What kind of veggies do you take?
All type of veggies. Sometimes I take the local ones. Sometimes I try the Brafodian also. Yeah. I try to eat well. Bear my also who you're doing. Name for daddy. Instead of dada.
Like, which vegetable or fruit do you?
Oh, I'm a vegetable loving chap as well. I love fruits as well. Watermelon, pineapple. I love BJs a lot. So pineapples are good so that the ladies can feel comfortable.
I'm a brunei. I'm a brunei to next year. Do over comfort moose and cuddle. Them say a one or better. Oh, I'm Ben is creative shop. I cannot create. Okay, so away from that, let's do the Black Sherif issue now. A few weeks ago, there was an issue, and then Black Sherif was being tagged as an ingrate. That's because DJ Slim, a radio presenter in Kumasi, started this what he calls an editorial on his show and on Facebook that Black Sherif has left his label or business manager, who is Chavez, and Chavez had done a lot according to DJ Slim. Chavez has done a lot, giving Black Sherif and his Road Boys Association a room, an accommodation, a car, money. He's done a lot of investment, but Black Sherif decided to leave the house, and that's because there is a contract with Empire Entertainment, a distribution deal, and then Chavez told Black Sherif that this is a bad contract, but Black Sherif decided to go and sign the contract even without their consent. And so that's where we came. And so the last time we met on this show, we discussed it, and there was this issue of cancelling Black Sherif. They said that, Mr. Logic was the one championing that. He said his act is actually driving away investor confidence, and so some of these things need to be discouraged. Now, there is a rate of summons that is moving around. It's from a high/circuit court of justice, and this is coming from, it's a case between Shadrach J. Owusu, he has his address there, and Mohammed Ismail Sherif, that we all know as Black Sherif. Now, a number of things, and Black Sherif, according to the rate of summons that was issued on 11th April, is supposed to within 8 days after he has been served, make a statement. Then is here, he's a lawyer in the making, even though he says I shouldn't be saying that. But as far as this conversation is concerned, I'm sure he will tell us what it means that you have 8 days to file a defense. Is that the case? Okay. So a number of things, that application on notice for injunction, preservation of funds, and for appointment of a receiver. Now, there are actually 4. And this is what it says. Please take note that this honorable court will be moved on the 9th day of May 2022 at 9 a.m. in the afternoon, or so soon thereafter as counsel for the plaintiff and applicant may be heard praying this honorable court for the following reliefs. I, an order of injunction to restrain the defendant or respondent, his agents assigns workmen and associates from performing at events and entering into agreements to perform at events, or otherwise exploit his music and image without recourse to the plaintiff or applicant. I, an order for the preservation of all funds that has accrued to the defendant or respondent from online streaming platforms and other revenue sources. I, an order for the appointment of a receiver to receive any and all funds that may accrue to the defendant or respondent from the use and exploitation of his music and image. IV, any further order that this court may deem fit until the final determination of these matters in dispute and on the grounds contained in the supporting affidavit. Now, when this was in circulation on social media, a few moments after, there was this letter purported to be coming from the lawyers of Black Sherif that says that Black Sherif actually terminated his contract with service. And that was 2 days before the Black Pepper is laughing. I don't know what he deems funny. That was 2 days before the, you know, the rate of summons was actually made public. And so this is it. I'll read as I read the rate. The name of the firm, so when I butcher it, pardon me, or should I just go ahead and say it is coming from Black Sherif's firm? Black Sherif Lawyers. Okay. So the letter is dated April 8, 2022. Mr. Shadrach Ejay Owusu, Accra. Dear Mr. Owusu, termination of business management contract. We act as solicitors of Mr. Mohammed Ismail Sherif, on whose instructions we write. Our instructions are that by an agreement dated 18th August 2021, the agreement, into brackets, our client appointed you as his manager. We have our client's instructions to confirm our client's acceptance of the termination of the agreement following discussions between you and our client. Our client is accordingly no longer bound by the agreement. Thank you. And that is coming from Black Sherif's Lawyers. I listened to an interview with DJ Slim, who started this whole
for all intent of purposes, 100% believe he's speaking for Snap. Even though he makes it sound like he's not.
He's not.
Yes.
As far as we are concerned, it is Kohu Christo, who is the personal assistant of Chavez, who has been doing all the talking. Officially, let me say.
Yeah, okay.
But like you said, that is your view, and I respect that. DJ Slim had an interview on Hits FM, and then he said the statement in there that there was a resolution of a sort that, you know, like we are agreeing to terminate the contract. He indicated that there was nothing of that sort. And so, of course, the case is in court. We'll not delve into the issue that is in court because of contempt. I don't know what
you can delve into it if you want.
No, but you better do home. You better do home. And I would want to start from Nene. You have followed the issue. You've seen the rate, what they are demanding. Last time we were asking
the rates.
Yes.
And I don't know what they are demanding.
What they are demanding. I just read to you.
That's an injunction request.
Okay.
That's a intention petition.
What is the difference?
The rates usually attached to the statement of claim. In the statement of claim, usually they will enlist the case they have against Black Sherif.
The breaches.
No, they will enlist what the claims they have against him.
Okay.
They might, maybe depending on how it's written, they might talk about their relationship with him and how their relationship came to be and all those things. And then in the end of the, what's the name? At the end of the statement of claim, they'll write what they are praying the court to do. And that's when they will make their demands of the court.
Okay.
And then usually, if you have a case pending in court, you might file an injunction in court so that the other party may not act in a way that will endanger your case or prejudice your case. Because, for example, if you have a case against somebody who is building on your land and you don't seek an injunction to stop them from building, by the time maybe the case finished, maybe it may take 5 years, you will sit there and the court may not ask the person to bring down the house. You understand?
Okay.
And it may injure you. So that's why you seek injunction, which is totally different from maybe the statement you may have against him.
Okay.
So boom. I want to start with this. I've been on this show for about 4 times in the last month. And all 4 times we've spoken about Black Sherif.
Yeah.
In the past 1 month.
Yes, because the 3 music awards.
Yeah, I want to commend him as an artist. That shows that he's the biggest artist in the country now. And usually somebody may have the biggest song, but they should be the biggest artist because they are not making news. And Black Sherif have the biggest song and he's making news every day. And they're talking about him every day. That's commendable. And just on 12 April, Shazam tweeted that his song, Kweku the Traveler, is the most Shazam song in the world.
Yeah.
And he's the #1 on the hip-hop rising list on Shazam. that means that Kwaku the traveler is really traveling.
Yeah.
And they are same papa neighbor. But then, as to let me take off this shit so that what was your question?
My question is that some say that this is indeed a good case for the industry.
Okay, so there's something I wanted to talk about real quick before I talk about your question. When DJ Slim was speaking, he said Black Sherif and Snap didn't meet at all. Because in the letter, Black Sherif said they meet and then they had the agreement to, you know, have a, what's the name? To end the contract. But Dr. Slim, DJ Slim said that didn't happen. If Black Sherif and what's his name, Snap, have not met to discuss their case before Snap took him to court, that may work against Snap. Because according to the Civil Procedure Act, in an intellectual property related case, and when you have an intellectual property related case, you're supposed to first go for arbitration before you take it to court. Because intellectual property is kind of very technical. So you should have some technical people trying to, you know, reach a resolution. If you're not able to reach a resolution, then you proceed to court. So if DJ Slim wants to put, or who is close to Snap, want to put it out there that they've not had any conversation with Black Sherif before taking him to court, I don't think that is making the point he thinks he's making.
Did he say they did not make?
He said they didn't have any understanding. They've not met
on whether or not to terminate.
They said they've not. He said they've not met.
Okay.
Yes, and so that may not necessarily help his case though. So I was wondering why Black Sherif lawyers put that out that they met anyway. But there is that, and about whether or not it's good for the industry. I've said this on this platform before several times that there are less than 20 reported cases in Ghana about intellectual property. You understand? And you said something in your introduction which may not actually be true.
That
most of the intellectual property related cases in Ghana actually are investors suing artists. Most of it, yeah. Because there are highly intellectual property cases in Ghana where it is about the property itself. Most of it has to do with the business of it. So, like, you know, there was a case where I remember I had to brief, I've forgotten what the case was about, but it was something about one Mr. Abraham who had invested to some artists to buy some musical instruments, and the musical instruments were taken to music and all those things. So, this is not the first time an investor is suing an artist in Ghana. It hasn't happened since in maybe 40 years. There have not been any reported case in 40 years, but there are a lot of cases which go on. Some of them may end up being taken out of court. I know I have a friend who is a writer who has sued somebody else over his book. That's an intellectual property case though. But things like that may be ongoing for a while, and then maybe they may be taken out of court because these cases are not very easy to resolve in court because judges are not intellectual property people. So it is good that they chose to use the court as the avenue to resolve their matter, right? But I have felt that it would have been better if they had started with arbitration, which I don't know if they did or not, before taking the matter to court. That's one. And two, I'm struggling not to talk about Mr. Logic. But since you mentioned Mr. Logic, I want to say this. I think that Snap is doing the same thing Mr. Logic did with Shatta Wale. Mr. Logic, what he did with Shatta Wale was, when Shatta Wale got big and Shatta Wale didn't want to work with him again, he went to the news to say he started the Shatta Movement family. So he was taking the Shatta Movement family from Shatta Wale, and then he started the Shatta Movement family record label with and signed Vibrant Fire. And then Vibrant Fire went on to make hits, peace be to him. But that didn't stop Shatta Wale, and that didn't stop the Shatta Movement being known as Shatta Wale's movement. To date, we credit Shatta Movement to Shatta Wale. So I think what Snap is doing is the issue of an old bitter ex-girlfriend who has seen that you are making progress in life, and then they can be part of your life to enjoy the progress. So what they're going to do is that they have to find a way to start a fight with you. I have a lot of friends who have ex-girlfriends, who have baby mamas, who do those things from time to time. And I feel like when I saw when I took Snap's case against the friend is saying Sherif, I remembered the most recent case of my friend's baby mama who won't let him see the baby again because he heard that the boy has a new girlfriend now. So that's what I want to say for now.
All right. So this Sherif case is an interesting one, and one that appropriately has people on both sides. In our industry, we've seen fallouts. Even for Stonebwoy leaving Samini, it wasn't all jolly. It wasn't. He's mentioned Shatawale and Mr. Lodge's pattern. There's the Harbour City and Galaxy pattern. There's the khaki and extra large pattern. There are many. And in certain cases, the artists do not even recover anymore. Even with links, that is notable, that is thriving. Look at the Assem pattern, the Easy Baby pattern, the Miss V pattern. Even Miss V, he had to take a lot to get her back on her feet. And she admitted going through depression.
No, but that was not related to her exit.
But, I mean, her music was
impacted. The way you put it, it's like she was depressed because she left.
What I'm saying is, because she was asked, are you not doing music again? She said, I wasn't in the right frame of mind. So much so that our Kwame Eugene came out with Miss V. I wrote a haze for her and all that.
No, I'm not sure he said it the way you are saying it.
My brother.
No.
So much so, well, whatever I think. Because that's the sense I got. Because it got to people were like, oh, Kasadodo, Eugene. And you can't watch you mama a man for. Oh, Kasadodo.
No, but when you go for an interview and you are asked if you are the one writing for Miss V, and you say, yeah, I was the one doing it. What's wrong with that? I am quite.
So there is the instance where partners get to a point they do not want the union again, and some want out. But then in wanting out,
they can't wait for Dev to do them parts. So,
so in wanting out, what is the agreed protocols? That's what causes the issue. Black Sherif is a brilliant mind. He's a gifted son of the soil. And on his back, Ghana has a bankable export. This is not just a guy whose music has fallen on fertile minds and hearts in Ghana only. He's managed to cross the borders and gone into Nigeria. And not only that, he's even managed to still get a visa to cross the borders to the United States. So much so that his music is being played at NBA games. Now, we must also make it clear that investors play a crucial role in our music ecosystem, and that there has been instances where artists have also taken advantage of them, have not fulfilled their obligations, have worked on them, having achieved fame and fortune, and left the investor destitute. That is also there. It is equally true also that certain investors have also had stranglehold over artists, made the situation so dire for them that they can't release new music, yet the artists cannot free themselves and undertake certain ventures, so much so that the artists are left hanging till the expiration date comes, by which time the bars around them would have died, that they cannot get paying gigs, and that virtually their careers are over. So it's a 50-50 issue. Now, let's zoom in into Black Sherif and then Shadrach, aka Snap situation. I understand that Snap is a friend of the Road Boys and Black Sherif. And now, when his first sermon came, he was one of those who went around proud and blasting the music that this is my boy, this is my boy, this is my boy. As often happens when one of the boys blows. By the time the second sermon came, I don't know if it was on the mount, but when the second sermon came and Snap saw the magnitude and saw the impact, the conversation was then had that why don't I come on board officially, not just as a friend, amicus curia, but as a bona fide investor, investing resources into it, because you have the goals, you have enough oil in the tank to last the journey. So let me come in now, not just the little thing I've given, but main resources, and then let's do what we'll do. And so eventually that happened, but we did not have the nitty-gritties, we did not have the details of that contract. We did not know if the agreement was that, Sherif, I'm going to invest X amount of money within a period, you will release X amount of music within this period. It is after this period that you'll be free to do what you like. We do not know that. We do not know if the contract stipulates that I'm going to invest X amount of money so that all the gigs you get, I get X amount of percentage. We don't know that. The court will get to know that. So we can only speak to the facts that we have. Now, with that contract signed, Snap became a business manager, cum financier. And here I would like to also urge investors that they should not be in a hurry to be involved in the day-to-day affairs, involved in the operational duties. You can be a silent investor. Snap, you have the money. So draw the contract. And here I would also urge our entertainment people to fish out entertainment lawyers, showbiz lawyers, arts lawyers, not just general lawyers, because this needs segmentation, as Nelebi has said. Even the judges in the courts, not everybody is clothed with the knowledge of these very circumspect things. So in drawing that contract, Snap could have been a silent investor. I have the money, you need the money to be able to expand.
No, but
until the issue.
Some of these things, I get what you're saying, but I know that it was, the DJ Slim said that one of the issues was that, what was the name? Snap is supposed to be around anytime he's entering into a new deal, right?
No, but his statement that Snap should have been
a silent investor. No,
until the issue, we never knew. We didn't know.
But two, you can't tell somebody how to use their money, though.
Yeah, exactly.
If somebody's investing their money in you can't tell them how to be involved in your business.
That's true.
So, what is the name? When it comes to people investing their money, one of the biggest problems we have with investment in Ghana in general is that there's a very low level of trust in Ghana for reasons which have very little to do with showbiz in particular. It's just, we don't have people entering into partnerships in Ghana, we don't have people entering into deals to put a big, there are some small businesses I see around who can merge to become bigger business, but people don't do that because one, there's very low level of trust. We live in a very low level trust economy. And two, that trust may be born out of the fact that people have bad experiences in the past with doing business with other people. So asking somebody to invest their money and act like they didn't invest their money is something, is asking too much in this country.
Let me round this up.
Okay.
So being a silent investor is one way. The other way is being actively involved, as Nelebi is mentioning. Now, the thing is this. On the part of Sherif, now you needed support, this man came on board. When you realized that you needed to make inroads in the American market, in the European market, for which reason you signed on to Empire Entertainment, and from the understanding I have, connected by Boomplay, because Sherif has a link with Boomplay also. Now, they connected him to Empire, and the critical thing is Empire did not only sign on Sherif understand they sign other artists.
Yeah, I think
of
course. But
there's no noise about the other artists. So you ask yourself, why is there so much chaos?
That is because, yes, he's the biggest, and that is also because his supposed business partner, what's the word? Business manager said that he signed the contract when they had told him that's a bad contract.
So there's a
because
reason why,
if it's Empire Entertainment, they ask for Empire.
There is a reason why when I was yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, I was pressing you that I really would love to read their contract. I really would love to read the statement of claim because there seem to be 2 different stories going around.
Exactly.
They said that they advised him not to. And another one, I heard DJ Slim saying on Hits FM that he didn't contact them at all before going ahead to sign it. So which is it? Is it that he contacted them and he went against the advice to do it, or he didn't ask them at all? So those are 2 different cases altogether.
Yes, and Black Pepper's argument, your argument seemed to admit that indeed there was a contract.
Yeah, so
but
so there's the issue.
What Madonna, who is the road manager, had said was that this is a company friend.
Okay.
You know, so whether or not there was
I said you changed on the contract, right?
Which one? No, it's the one with the Empire that was in circulation.
Okay,
yes.
Good. The thing about the Empire thing is, okay, let's move away from Black Sherif a bit. I think that I was making a point about people not knowing how to do partnership in this country. And I was making that point to lead to something. What I was trying to lead to is that, you see, years ago, Goodies Music and what's the name? That guy in Nigeria, Kenny's Music, entered into an agreement. And the agreement was simple, right? That Goodies Music was going to promote artists who were signed on Kenny's Music in Ghana, and Kenny's Music was going to promote Ghanaian artists that are signed to Goodies in Nigeria. And then that's how come VIP's on Kawum to date is one of the biggest songs in the history of Nigeria. And to date, African Queen is one of the biggest songs in the history of Ghana. Because they had an agreement. And it was a partnership deal, right? So much so that when you go on Apple Music now, right, when you go on VIP, search VIP on Apple Music, the 2 albums that they did with Kenny's Music, the Ahonkawom album and the Progress album, are signed to, are credited to Kenny's Music. When I was writing my book, I spoke to Goodies and Zill about that. And they said it was part of the agreement. Okay. When, what's the name? Empire was coming on board. Empire coming on board didn't necessarily have to negate Snap out of the deal. They could have reached an agreement.
And co-opted him.
And co-opted him in. And probably maybe asked him in charge of the Ghana market. While Empire be in charge of the market outside Ghana. There's so many ways they could have gone about this thing. They could have signed on Black Sherif as somebody who signed to a boutique label. Like, you know, a label like Good Music, Kanye's Good Music, signed Big Sean. And Big Sean became signed to, what's the name? Def Jam, right? Def Jam doesn't deal with Big Sean directly. They deal with Kanye on behalf of Big Sean. Because he was signed to a small label, and that small label became signed to the bigger label. There's so many ways.
But it's even curious, Big Sean has issues with Kanye and all that.
But because according to Big Sean, Kanye was paid money by Def Jam.
He didn't get earnings, he had to get and all that. Yeah. You see, so the problems even abroad happen.
But that's it. I want to make this point. You see, when people are entering deals in this country, there are ways to do these things. Snap and Black Sherif, if they had an agreement and they believed that Black Sherif could have gone international with the deal, but through the Empire deal, right? There was a way Snap, a company, could have opted into that deal. And because they didn't do that, I think that was the genesis of it. The fact that they couldn't reach an agreement from the beginning. Everything else is fruit from a poisonous tree. Because that tree was not properly planted.
I'll come to you, but this is a very simple question. Now, if you listen to Kwaku Christo, I mean, the media interviews that he granted, at a point he mentioned record label. And
yeah, the last time I had this conversation, I mentioned
yes,
that I'm confused as whether it's a record label or a management deal.
Yes, and now
DJ Slim says
it's a business management, and the suit is Shadrach. Is it possible, like a label, then the person who is the plaintiff, it's not the record label but the individual?
I don't know. You can let somebody. You can have what's the name? Power of attorney for the company. Maybe he has power of attorney for the company.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. That one may be an issue with their lawyers to deal, because none of us have read what their agreements are. So, so the point is, I've said this the last time we spoke. I feel like Snap, they're bad business people, and they don't know what they are doing when it comes to a record label, when it comes to a music business, because they don't know whether they are a record label, a management or business management company. If you don't know whether you are that, then how are you signing somebody to a 360 deal? What 360 is that?
Yeah, let's wrap up.
So, I did an article, I think yesterday, and then this is what I picked from it. Is suing Sherif for a purported breach which saw the in-demand musician with another label. Now, he is seeking an injunction placed on Sherif, restricting him from playing at any event until the case has been resolved. Additionally, Mr. Owusu is also asking for an order to be placed on the funds the rapper has accrued through streaming and other revenue sources. So, this is the threatening feeling Snap is having. Say, the Empire Association is going to deprive him from the streaming and other revenue sources.
And that's a legitimate
accruing.
That's a legitimate
and then
that's a legitimate worry. Yes,
so why would any artist also go in for a deal that would make the other party feel threatened? And also, from the monitoring I've done, industry people had implored Sherif to settle the matter amicably with Snap, Hammer, 3 Music owner Abu Sadiq, and others are all urging that there's need to sit.
But there's money involved, so you can't just settle.
But you said it yourself that these cases are not best resolved in the court.
Yeah, they should have sat down to have
because my investment now meaning say as percentage from your streamings, your performances will come to me, and then all of a sudden I stand to not gain as much as I had hoped or at all. Then there's cost.
Okay, Nene, final remarks under a minute.
Okay, so there was a thing where he said the court should restrict Black Sherif from performing and all those things, right? So if you want the court to appoint a receiver, right, for which reason any money Black Sherif earns from his music would be,
set aside
by somebody. And then you also want them to stop doing the trade that makes them earn money. How are they going to earn money for the receiver to receive?
Oh, but I mean the streaming platforms there, the money will still come.
I mean, I felt like the number one on his request. No, I don't like. That's why I said it's better that somebody who understands the the nitty-gritties of the intellectual property community handle this case, in the sense that this is not the name. This is something which is very sensitive. An artist has to perform before an artist, because him performing doesn't translate to him making money, though.
Oh, but he's not performing for free.
No, if he performs and you have a receiver, what that means is that anytime he performs, the money will not go to him directly, it will go to the receiver.
Yes.
So him performing doesn't necessarily translate to him making money personally.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is that, but I want to speculate on something, though. I think that they realized they made a mistake by going ahead to sue Black Sherif. That is why they are trying to use the business management as a cop-out. Because if it's a business management deal, then you can argue to the court that it is not an intellectual property issue. So we don't have to go through the long process intellectual property issues go through. So it could be just a breach of business contract. I think that's why they are now saying that it was a business management deal.
Kelvin Boy, why a man so gifted can let himself go and be so distracted in other things beats my mind. You are gifted. You have the talent. And by this time, you should be ranking. You should be there. When we are mentioning the Sarkodie's, the Stone Boys, the feats they've achieved, you should be up there. But it's as if he's a mid-table artist.
But he has a hit song.
He has the catalog.
Very big song.
So, but even the earning power, when they are booking artists for major events, he's not there.
So
and now that he is flying on the back of Down Flat, now that he has this hit, which truly seeks to fly him, what is the buzz, conflicting with the Down Flat of beating the woman?
That's an allegation. That's an allegation.
Allegedly,
yes.
And
it's in court. That's for allegations. Anybody can make allegations.
Green card matters.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Look, Kelvin, you have it in you.
No, this is something that he cannot do anything about. An allegation is an allegation. As I'm sitting here, somebody can just allege.
So why name no?
I will share my phone.
It's an allegation.
Yes.
So to do DNA, you cannot
do. Like only you get what I mean. Like he's abusing her, and there are videos.
Did you see the feedback?
Then we'll go at him.
Did you see the feedback when he said, "So you Ghana people cannot take my name out of your mouth"? You didn't see the commentary when he said, "You Ghana people cannot take my name out of your mouth." You didn't see.
He's venting his frustration.
That is the different thing
altogether. Did you watch the? Yes. Even if you want to link it, there was a video of a lady who was said to be close to the supposed baby mama. And she was saying, "When you also when you hate song, you know, and we are
the same thing I was talking about exes coming out to you."
What am I saying?
The same I was talking about Black Sherif. Now, when your ex see that you are doing well, that's when they realize that they had the issue with you.
So for me,
I'm not saying that's what the wife is doing.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong. As for allegations,
I'm not saying the wife is right or wrong, or ex-wife is right or wrong, or Kelvin Boy is right or wrong.
But I feel his pain. He loves Kelvin Boy so much that he wants the guy to blow.
But you see,
but he's not getting there. But you can't blame him.
Even in videos, you hardly see Sarkodie kissing.
Thank you very much for watching this show.
He kissed in the video.
He told us. Nenebi is an author. Black Pepper, aka the Mystic Mike. This is blackpepper.com. Thank you very much for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Hello there and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, "The Future is Now." This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestech on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year, and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden events at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
Started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Report is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Kemba told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity, and we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be longer on the stage than I.
Thank you, sir.
Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noy Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on 2 occasions. 1, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of the award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys,
right?
Because my name has always been confused
with the businessman, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
right,
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come. And also maybe, somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efasa efitre oman osan dem ukuma funu ochedi anko to trobonsi na kopon. GhanaWeb, you train your stars on above the thick clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
You know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I mean, that's where it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think there are a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars. Amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the days. They are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otu Ado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, we are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now, both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss himself.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes.
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now, in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now, in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take note that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that their future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you, go you, go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of Indians are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. Yeah. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I think that we can also give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
and
more
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Kenke on wheels?
You know,
Kenke having wheels.
Even Gobe has post right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details, in essence, phone number and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, click no and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And
all of us. We do. Yes, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance? Are you
I like
I can put my money on it that you will not win it.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay.
This is money.
You know, the future is now and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and the Editor-in-Chief of Africa Web.
And I am Na Oyokwote, host of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
You guys are so amazing and you made my 2021 very special because you watched the People and Places show, you contributed, you gave your comments and you recommended. So thank you so much and a very happy new year to you all. So it's an all new season of the People and Places show right here on GhanaWeb TV, and this year you name the place, name the personality, and I'll serve you very well garnished. So let's start on a good note, shall we? We are at a place where probably a few of you have heard about, some of you may have visited, but we are going to give you some really wild perspectives and information about the place you probably didn't know about. We are at the Shai Hills Resource Reserve here in Accra. My name is Wanda Amihegan, and I'm always excited to come your way with another edition of the show. Welcome aboard.
Shai Hills Resource Reserve is one of the smallest parks in Ghana. Ghana has about 16 protected areas. So this is the second smallest, which covers about 51 square kilometers.
We are going to the Mogo Hill, and there we would ask some deeper questions and find answers to your questions as well. Come along. So Ishmael said rightly that we are going to the Mogo and Savi caves, but we made a stop here because he has something interesting to tell us about this area. So what are we seeing around here?
Yeah, so this particular place was, all this place was part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
And shortly after the place was, the people were sacked.
Yeah, so the people were sacked in 1892, sorry, 1892. So many years, more than 100 years later.
Okay.
And then the British left. Ghana became an independent country in 1957. And I remember I told that here became a reserve, a forest reserve in 1962.
Yeah.
So before he gazetted here to become a forest reserve in 1962, in the early 1960s, that is 1960s, he took the stones from here to build the Tema port. Yeah, so there was rail line where it links from here to Tema, but they are all collapsed. Yeah, so all this.
So the rocks here were quarried.
Yeah.
Where we are standing right now was hill. Was part of the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you go inside small, you see some of the poles and the bars that they use for the quarry. And then he took the rocks. Afterwards, then he gazetted here to become a reserve, meaning that nothing can be taken out from here again.
Okay. Right.
As I earlier on indicated that we have primates, and so the primate, I said we have the green monkey, we have the olive baboon, and then the lesser spot-nosed monkey. So the ones barking or quacking are the green monkey, and mostly they are purely omnivorous. Sorry, they are purely herbivorous. So they eat
only plants.
Only plant, fruits, and then may sometimes peck grass.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And you wouldn't see them on the plains. Mostly they are on the hills every time. So when you come and you see them like this, then today is a lucky day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow.
And they are very active in early in the morning and late evening. That is when we see them. Their lifespan is 22 years.
Okay.
22 years. And then they move within, how do you call it?
In
groups.
Okay.
That is troops. And mostly the troops are supposed to be about 35.
Okay.
35. Yeah. And so with the number of troops that, with the number of the Green Monkeys troops, we are not certain.
Okay.
But the number of baboons, we are certain because we know areas that they sleep.
We hope to see some of the baboons later on, right?
Well,
They might be around, right? Okay. All right, sure. So we continue with our trip. In case you're wondering why we are sitting in the car, we are having a drive around the place, a safari drive, you can call it if you want. And whilst we do that, as I told you earlier, Ishmael will be telling us some things about the various things we would notice along the journey. Ultimately, we'll be getting to the caves to learn all about them. But for now, we are at an area where you would see antelopes and some other species of animals, and Ishmael will be telling us about them. So we just saw a few antelopes around. How many of them do you have?
So for now, we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So with the cops, we have more than 500 in the reserve.
Okay.
And they are also herbivorous, so they eat grass. That is all. Their lifespan is within 23 to 30 years. And in their setting, a male is supposed to, so they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. So,
the structure as the body structure,
the physical strength of the male can either allow it to get more females to itself or to its head.
So the females are attracted to the physical structure of the
Not really, but then with the protection, so security aspect counts when it comes to the physical structure. So the male is supposed to create a territory which is about 0.50 hectares, very small area, mark it with his fecal matter and urine and glands, and then tries to protect the females. So it bleeds like and when the females enters, it protects them from other males entering. So one male to a lot of the females within the head.
I see.
And so we have the male head, that is young males that are in group, unproductive, and then we have the unproductive males and then the male head, that is young males, and then those who are old enough that they cannot protect territory, they also form their own group. So the young males becomes very active when they are 4 years of age, but so when they give birth in 6 months and it's a male, they drive it from the group to form its own group or join the bachelor males, and in that way it tries to also develop gallop energy to come and fight back. So the solitary and male cub, mostly they are in single when they don't have a group, and hence they will start creating their territory and then call the females into the group. But interestingly, the females also choose based on what they like. So if they don't like you, you call her, they will not come.
Oh, no one
If they like you, you call pet. Even you not call cry, they will come.
I see.
It is everywhere. It is possible that a male can never have affair or sex with the females until it dies, if it's not strong.
Oh, I see.
And the reason is they transfer strong genes for production.
Oh,
or
okay.
reproduction. Yeah.
Okay. And I am curious though, how did these animals come in?
Yeah, so initially the shy people use this animal as a way to preserve, so preservation. So they were hunter-gatherers who adapted their lifestyle to the environment. So they capture some, preserve some for sustainable aspect. And then these cubs, they use the skin of the cub to cover the special stone for the depot ride. So they preserve them so that within the year they can get one, slaughter it and cover it with the skin of the antelope.
How
So
safe are these antelopes?
they are very safe
Do we
because
have poachers?
yeah, they are poachers. That is one of the problems that we do encounter here. Poachers comes in to, hunt them, and then so we have anti-poaching team that moves around. As I'm talking to you, they are all over, trying to protect the place from people coming in. And then the cattle grazers. There can be a zoonosis or pathogenic diseases breakouts when these domestic animals comes in to feed on the wild food meant for the wild animal, because these animals, we don't give them any injection or treatment, and hence they have a lot of infections. And so if this domestic animal comes in, feed on the same grass that the wild animal feed, they can transfer these pathogenic infections, and hence human can be contacted.
So we have herdsmen coming in with their cattle to graze on this land.
Yes.
But how do they get access to the place?
So the whole place was once fenced by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. They are all collapsed. And so Forestry Commission started with 7 kilometers. So there are a lot of access routes to the park, and they use that place as a means. And you see, outside the park too has this large field, but since the overgrazing has taken the nutritional part of the grass, so they feel like here is the best place for them to graze with, come in and their cattle grazing and getting the juice, part for milk and other things.
I see. Ishmael says that, it's their natural habitat, the natural habitats of the antelopes and other animals around. And you walking around is going to intimidate them or push them away. And so we'll be doing this for the rest of the journey, until we get to a point where we need to get down.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. So finally, we are at the Mogo hill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to go into it, and then as we move around, Ishmael will tell us the history of the place and how it came to be. Let's go.
Our first destination is the Mogo Hill, and Mogo Hill has been here for the past 10 years, actually. And as the name goes, in the Shai language, actually I am not from the Shai thinking, so I don't know much about their language. But history has it all that in the olden days, young girls are camped as in ways of preserving them, teaching them for 6 months on this particular hill for the puberty rite, and that was the depot in their language. So when we get there, we talk more about the Mogo Hill itself, where they were living and stuff.
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay.
So let's start there.
Sure. But you mentioned that we are going to use ropes, right?
Yes, so we are going to use rope, pull it as in a form of adventure tour.
So,
but when the Shai people were here, there was no rope.
How did they
have
manage?
a different route.
Oh.
But we creating it for tourists.
Tourists, okay, to have an experience. Sure. Sure. All right.
Rope, you pull it, you hold the
knot.
The knot. So like this. If you know you are falling, don't leave it.
Okay.
Well, you can even go without the rope, but it is advisable.
Safer. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. Right. That's the first, right?
That's the first one. Yeah, so this is the second rope.
Okay.
I told you 3.
Yeah.
First one is dealt with second. This one, it is not rock climbing, but this one is just rope climbing, using rope to climb rock. Okay. The difference is that with the rock climbing, you have your own equipment where you mount and then you hook them on the, and then you use your hands, bare hands with powder to climb.
Oh.
But this one, you are just using holding rope.
So this is much way too easy. Okay.
Okay, so let's do it. Hold the knots.
Okay.
You can pass this way.
I can pass which way?
This way. If you are scared, if you are not scared, you can pass here.
Hey, please. Yay!
Then the last one is up there. It's this way. This is the highest peak on the Mogo Hill, and you could see the overall indentation, which are called grooves.
Okay, grooves.
And in the olden days, here was where, but for now we don't know what they were really doing it. But it's assumed that they grind things that they put on themselves.
The
powdered, like the meth and ornament that they shade for the young girls.
They used to grind
They grind it inside. And in grinding, they put on their body to remove bad scent and to smoothen their skin for after the rite, so that men can approach them for marriage. And then also there's another school of thought that they used to grind their food items, especially from cereals, millets, and other things from the rocks. As you go to the museum, you see the various stones that they use in grinding.
Okay.
Yeah, so history has it all that the young girls are kept for 6 months here. Before a girl comes, is allowed to camp here, she's supposed to be a virgin and must be above 20 years in the olden days. So then they camp them, and then they allow the old ladies to camp with them and transfer their knowledge.
Train them.
Okay. In those days, that was the informal form of training. And they believe that when men are circumcised, that is all, it forms part of their puberty. So the only thing that they can do for women is also train them. And so they camp them. We will see where they were sleeping for the 6 months.
The other route you spoke about is not this rocky, right? Because you say old women were part. I'm wondering how they climb up here.
Yeah, so they were using, there is a route here, but it's a little bit close.
Okay.
But it's not rocky.
Okay.
But we have a very sharp rock, then they descend, but at least
they found their way around it.
Yeah, in those days, don't forget that in those days our old men were very strong.
Yeah, that's
true.
Very,
very strong.
That's true.
And then when they were sacked, here was the particular place that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah used to train his bodyguards. In his time that he was reigning as a president. So like physical endurance test, and then they put the flag of Ghana in a pillar here. So we go there, you see. And mostly on the savannah you see this baobab tree, and baobab in archaeology it's affiliated to human settlement. Because wherever you see this baobab, it means human settled. And the baobab is also called tree of life. Why? Because it keeps a lot of water to sustain drought, and then also it can grow for as far as 120,000 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
This plant is called Viperis heterophylla. That is the scientific name.
Okay.
It has fruits. I don't know whether I can get some. But the Shai people carried it as food when they were on their way to this place from Nigeria.
Okay.
So wherever you see their settlements on the hills, around the cave, you see this Viperis. You will not see it on the plains.
Oh, okay.
Viperis heterophylla. Yeah. But but this one is not mature. When it's mature, it becomes like yellowish. Yeah. Bigger.
Okay.
And so when the Gan people also hoot on the millet, the Shai people also hoot on this one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it eaten?
Yeah, it's edible.
Okay.
But it's not mature, so you cannot eat it.
Yeah. All right.
And so we pass this way. Now, as you go, when you stand here, people also come here for camping. So tourists come and they set their camping tent to observe you. This place is a nice destination to observe sunsets and sunrise. Very nice observing place. And you can see from here a lot of the groups on the.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them uncountable.
There are many more.
Yeah. So it's believed that one can only estimate the number of people that came here for the ride when you are able to get the exact number of
the groups.
Oh, and you can't because there are lots.
Yeah.
There are lots. Yeah.
And they differ in sizes as
different.
Well.
Maybe some might be lazy. Some might not be lazy. So this is it. You can see. See a rotten pole.
Yeah.
So the pole was mounted, and then they hung the flag on it, and in that way, the bodyguards ran as in a physical endurance test for the first president here. Yeah. So basically, Mogo Hill. As we descend, we see where they were also sleeping. As far as also their playing ground. In the daytime like this, they play. In the night, they sleep in there.
But do you know the last time this place was used?
So probably 1890s.
Okay.
It could be 91 or 1890 because they were sacked early July 1892.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
And you could see from the surface that it's so smooth. You can try going inside, you see how it slips a little. You can try.
Wait, they entered this small place, or it's not small?
It is. But in those days, there was no building.
Okay, slippery.
So
it's very smooth.
you can go a little, crawl like that.
How do I get down now?
Come with your back. Come with your back, or sit.
And sliding.
Your phone is at.
Okay. This thing is scary.
How is scary? Yes.
I have work to do. Okay. Well, but I'm wondering how many people could fit in there at a time.
So depending on the number of ladies who are ready for the ride, so they don't have a fixed number, but it was done once a year. Let's not forget that they are still doing it, but modernization and changing the way they do it has also affected it. So in those days they do it for ladies who are above 20 years, but now even if you are below 10 years, you can still go through.
Once
you are through from I think 5, you can go through to the 30 or 32, and then the length has also changed from 6 months to 1 week. But I must say that it doesn't have any effect on the ladies, like the female genital mutilation, or the trochosis system, as we know. So it's just preservation of culture. But when you go to their place, what you see is they cut the back of the hand of the ladies who go through
the markings,
and then at the back of their back too, they cut it, and the markings at the hand signifies that now she's ready for the market, that is marriage, and she can do all her house chores.
Oh, I see.
And then at the back, I don't know whether they expose the back, but the back tells that she's now able to, carry her baby very well.
Okay.
So we can actually do the depot rock together with them. Let's do the bat cave when we are returning. Then we'll do the depot rock.
Okay, sure. At the Mogul Hills, we've learned a lot about the girls who used to come here and camp with their elderly women. There's still a lot more to explore. This is just half of the journey.
Join us as we learn and discover more about the Bat Cave and the Sai people who used leaves to communicate at Shai Hills in the next episode of People and Places.
It will mean that there's going to be the negotiations is going to be very tough. It's going to be very tough because you yourself don't know what you want. When we went into the program, the census consensus, and may the soul of Mr. P.V. Obey rest in peace, delivered a working document. A document that P.V. Obey had worked so hard to put together. So we arrived with a blueprint. We arrived with what we wanted as a country. The IMF can work with us to improve that document and give us a program that is 60–70% our program. Now that we are going with empty hands, whose program will it be? IMF program or our program? It also prolongs the period of negotiation because you don't know what you want. And the IMF now has to dictate to us what program we should run. I have heard people say that, and it is part of the fear-mongering that they use to blackmail the people of Ghana not to see where they are heading. That fear-mongering is that IMF will force us to cut down on government flagship program. Those useless programs will go. In fact, the reason why we are here, and I wish I would have a conversation with Baumia, this is the man who said one village, one dam, and you grabbed it and budgeted for it. So they should still come and continue with the digging of dugouts that are for no use. It will go. It's the man who said 1 million per constituency, and you grabbed it and set up 3 development authorities to compete with these assemblies. You have pumped 1.3 billion a year for the past 4 years into a useless program. No way it will go. So that our local governance system, the local district assemblies that have the expertise would undertake the development in the communities and not a parallel system that is only draining our resources. If you wake up and you said one district, one factory, and you end up saying that it is demand driven, it means it is the investor who decides what he wants to do. Why should we be deciding for the investor? It will go. All those useless programs, you budget 1 billion to run what you call Ghana Cares or Batampa. What animal is that? It will go. If you budget 1 billion to give to Ghana Amalgamated Trust, it will go. But of course, sleep will not go, school feeding will not go, because the IMF program would automatically protect and provide social safety net for the poor. If you are running a broad program of intervention for the poor, IMF will insist that the program must be properly targeted at the poor so that those rich people who are benefiting are removed. Is that not what you want? So I believe that we must have a program ourselves. We must arrive at the table with Ken Oforiatta. They can go to the Minister of the President's office. That's his uncle or his cousin. Should go there. Should go and create some office there. Economic transformation program. Then you make him the chief. Put him there, and give us a chance to have a better program that is workable.
What's happening, my good people? Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri and I'm your host. We appreciate you joining us this week for another episode. We have a wonderful conversation with our guest, Viola Labby, who's from Ghana and Toronto, and now she lives in Ghana. I'm really excited about this interview. I'm really excited for you to learn more about where she's from and what she does here in Ghana. So let's dive in. Thank you for joining us on Diaspora Link. We are live on Diaspora Link with our guest this week, Viola Labby, and as we do every episode, we're going to get to know Viola a little bit before we dive into the interview. Viola?
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, this is what we call choices. I'm going to give you a few choices. You can just have to choose one, and after you choose one, tell us why.
Okay.
Very shortly.
Okay.
All right. Let's start here. Bolokotanga or Accra, and why?
Bolokotanga. It's serene, it's tranquil. There's not chaos in the same way that Accra presents chaos, and you can just think more clear. And the artisans are there too.
And the artisans are there. Okay. All right. Toronto or Ghana? Just one, and why?
Toronto.
Toronto. Why?
It kind of made me who I am.
Okay.
It structured me in a way. Yeah.
Okay. Great. No, that's it. That's it. All right. This is one of my favorites. Jollof or Wache?
Jollof.
Oh.
I'm a Jollof. Yeah. Jollof.
That wasn't even the question.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't
a lot of
like
people choose Wache. You don't do Wache at all.
I don't even like rice and peas. Like West Indian style.
You don't eat rice
I
and
eat
peas
it, but I
is not
just
your thing.
yeah, jollof.
Jollof all
with
the
goat
way.
meat.
Okay, you got
With
jollof
pepper,
specifically.
yes.
Jollof with what I like to say. Make sure the pepper is proper. Proper pepper. Proper. All right. Okay. How about this? You're a fashionista. So let's do Versace versus Fendi.
Fendi. Fendi is a bit more sophisticated. Versace can be like the true Versace, you know. It can be almost like a sophisticated mistress in a way, like the style. Fendi is a bit more, sophisticated, like more the woman I am in terms of like the apparel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one. Dress or pants?
Dress.
You prefer dress?
It's
over
just
pants,
easier.
is it?
Ghana's hot.
That's
yeah.
simple.
In Toronto, obviously pants because it's colder in the evening.
Gotcha.
In the wintertime.
Okay. So we want to thank Viola for playing choices with us. This actually was simple. She's a pro. This is actually really simple for her. But we play choices because we believe that our choices shouldn't necessarily push us further apart. They shouldn't divide us. They should bring us closer together. So even though we all make different choices every day in very basic things in our everyday life, we should learn to respect each other's choices. And as long as we respect each other's choices, we'll all get along. Right? Thank you so much. All right. Now, one more before we get into our interview. We are going to move to what we call top five. Top five. So, well, I'm going to give you, I know I'm silly. People are like this. What's wrong with this guy? I'm going to give you 5 categories.
Okay.
You need to choose one and then tell us why.
Okay.
All right. Number 1, your favorite book. Now, I'm saying favorite, but just a book that you would recommend.
Ooh. There's a book like when I was a teenager, by Nikki Giovanni. Something Storm. Was it The Quiet Storm or something?
I'm not sure.
There's a book. Oh Lord. Maybe that's cut because I don't know the title.
That's fine, but it's a book by Nikki
I think it's
Giovanni.
Nikki Giovanni, and it's about a young girl. I think she was in the Bronx, and at the time of reading the book, I was also coming into who I was. And in the book, the young lady, you know, she went through a whole bunch of things, and I think it's called The Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm, possibly by Nikki Giovanni.
Possibly.
Okay, but that's the one book that you would recommend. And you would recommend that for young girls and young boys?
Girls.
For young girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young women, yeah.
Young women. Okay. What was that? We did your book. Okay. Favorite artist of any musical genre. So we're talking about musical artists. If you had to pick one artist, who would it be?
I love Jennifer
Of all
Hudson.
time.
All time, okay.
Just one artist.
I think Jennifer Hudson can take me there.
Wow.
Like, especially in Ghana.
Jennifer
where it's
Hudson
needed to just, yeah.
She can sing.
There was a song she did like on YouTube, like she was singing for Oprah, and
Okay.
it was during COVID. I think the song was called "Heal" or something. Like she can just take you there when you're not expecting to be taken there, or when you don't know you need it. It's like a cold water in the Sahara. Like she just does that for
She
you.
puts you there whether you thought you needed it or not. You're there, and then you realize you need it.
For sure,
Okay.
Jennifer Hudson. For sure.
Got you. Okay. Favorite food. It could be a specific meal
banquet.
or
A
a
banquet.
type of food.
A banquet.
A banquet.
Yeah, I'm a latte girl, so palm nut soup.
Palm nut soup is a banquet.
With goat.
With so we are. I think we got that. We know if you got a soup or jollof,
Yes.
it should be goat.
Yes, but I also like palm nut soup with yam.
Okay.
I like it with. I don't really like it with rice or face the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
A banquet.
A
with
banquet.
goat.
Yes.
Now, so it's palm nut soup. What do you eat it with? Yam.
I like it with yam.
With yam.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
But at the house, usually it's like face the wall or fufu
Okay.
or something like that.
Favorite place to vacation? It
Mhm.
doesn't have to be a place that you've been. It could be a place that you want to go.
Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Mhm.
Okay. Why Seychelles?
I just think it's just beautiful. From what I've seen, it's just beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Last one is your favorite sport.
I did flag football in school.
Really?
Yeah. Love it. Loved it.
Yo, I would have never guessed you say flag football.
Yeah, I'm feminine now, but
we're talking about American football. We're not talking
Canadian, yeah.
Canadian
Yeah.
American football. You run in,
with
somebody got to pull the flag.
Yeah, I was running back. So yeah, all through high school, and
Yo,
yeah.
I need to see some tape. Okay.
you can call my mom. Call my mom.
Let me
She'll tell
talk
you.
to Mom.
I was number 26. My jersey was 26, and my
You
shirt was
played
25.
all throughout high
yes, except for like OAC.
And you were running back. You got records?
I got beat up a bit. I don't know if I got records.
But that prepared you for your life now.
Yes,
So
I was running.
These people here don't know that you used to be a running back. So
Oh,
they
yeah,
gotta
I'll take you down.
They got to come tougher than they become.
Yes, yes.
All right, we want to thank Viola for playing our top 5. We suggest that as you get to know people in the diaspora from different cultures, from different places, one easy way to kind of get to know who people are, what they like, what they don't like, ask them what their top 5 is. What's your top 5? Let's get into the interview and dive into more about Viola Labby, where she's from in Ghana, where she's been, what she's doing now, and anything else she wants to share. And we are back with another episode of Diaspora Link, and I am here with our guest for today, Miss Viola Labby. Viola.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
I
for
think
having
this
me.
is going to be a fun interview because we know each other in real life,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we
and
do.
we do some work together, but I promise you I'm going to find out something new about you in this interview. Okay, so let's start here. What part of Ghana are you from?
Latte.
You're from Latte.
Both parents.
Both parents from Latte. Ooh.
I know.
Wow.
And did you know we're the Aborigines of Ghana? So let it be known.
Okay, so okay,
we were
talk
the
to me a
first
little bit about
settlers.
that.
The first settlers in Ghana.
Who is we?
Latte people.
Latte people were the first settlers in Ghana from.
I believe it's from Nigeria or like that direction.
Really, I know a little bit of something about Latte. I spent some time in Latte.
I know you have. I know you have.
I'm not going to get into that right now.
Yes.
But mother and father from Latte. So that means Akan. Does that mean Akan?
Well, it does. Yes, it does.
It means that so Akan is a language.
Latte is a language. Latte is also the town.
Right. So I know Latte is a town. Latte is a language. I didn't know Latte is actually a language. And Akan is an ethnic group or a tribe, right?
Ethnic group.
It's an ethnic group. Okay, cool. And so tell us how you got from Latte to Canada and back to Ghana. Let's just take us through the whole story.
So I was actually born in Toronto.
Okay, you're born in Toronto.
Yeah, we were coming back.
No, a friend of mine has corrected me for all my people in Toronto. Because I was saying Toronto.
Toronto.
And he was like, bro, you cannot say Toronto. The second T is silent. So
Yeah. Toronto.
All right, Toronto. All right.
Yeah, so born and raised in Toronto. And I've been coming to Ghana. My family has been, my sisters and I have been coming to Ghana. I think we started when Ghana turned 50.
Okay.
So my parents had an early retirement. So one of us would go back and forth, kind of check on my parents, check on the house, and go back. I think my most recent trip was 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I realized, okay, there's a magnet. I think all of us feel it. There's a magnet when you come. No matter what sector you're from, no matter what you do, there's just something spiritual. There's something that pulls you back to, whether it's the continent, but myself and my experience is just Ghana.
Okay.
And so, yeah, primarily we would just check on my parents and go back. But 3.5 years ago, during Easter, we got a call from my mom saying, your dad had a stroke. And my dad and
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. My dad and I were like this. And so I didn't really think about it. I just booked a flight. I was staying with my aunt over Easter weekend, booked a flight and went to Ghana the next day. And all of us, like my siblings and I, we all came to support my mom and my dad just at the hospital. And he ended up later passing away. So before he passed away, thank you, he was on palliative care. And, just the motions of not really a culture shock, but just how things are done in Ghana, how healthcare can be a different experience here as opposed to Canada.
In Toronto.
Yeah, in Toronto. So, yeah, through that, because of the Odra Festival and a few other things happening in the community, we were forced, my mom was forced to stay in Ghana because my dad, they weren't allowed burials.
Okay, at that time.
At that time, yeah. So there was a festival and there was other things happening with my uncles that we weren't allowed to leave. And so my sisters were able to leave. They, both have, I'm an entrepreneur. My sisters both work formally. Universities or whatever. And so I came back. Actually, no, I stayed. Sorry. I stayed and just, did the best I could and just...
You still helping mom out?
Yeah, and just not working at the time, but just, being frozen because my dad was like one of the most important, he still is one of the most important people to me, but also trying to maneuver because Ghana can be a culture shock once you come to Ghana for that type of reason and experience the funeral process here. It's just different.
Very different. Very different. Steeped in tradition, steeped in culture, steeped in, very different from the U.S. where if somebody passes, you contact the funeral home. They give you an available date.
Yes.
Once you get the available date, you send out the messages, and everybody comes to the funeral home. You go to and it's done.
Yes.
But Ghana is very, as you said, very different. And coming from Latte, I'm sure you guys had to. There was a lot of protocols that you had to follow, especially during a time like Ojira. So, what year was that when you first came back?
Gosh.
Well, let's say because you were born in Toronto.
Yeah.
So, how old were you when you first came to Ghana, like your first trip?
I think I was like 8.
8, and then was it annually, biannually, pretty much?
No, from when I was 8 until Ghana at 50. So I think I was like maybe 19 or 20 or something like that. And then I was like, and connected with cousins that were also my age. So I have a cousin, Valerie, that was here. And so we formed a bond and, she encouraged me to come back. And also my uncles, a lot of my uncles were on this, come back to Diaspora, like we need you, we want you to come back, take over what your parents are doing. And I actually suggest that to people now because of my own experience. Don't come back when you're forced to come back because a parent has died. If you do have that desire, come back now, even if you do stay for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. But yeah.
And so is there a big Ghanaian community in Toronto?
Yeah.
It's a humongous
Yeah.
So you never really felt, being born in Toronto, traveling back and forth since I guess you were 8 years old, you never really felt like Ghana was far away or you missed it. It was never a foreign thing like, I know I'm from there, but it's all the way over there because you were connected at home in Toronto in the Ghanaian community, and you were traveling from there?
Yeah, somewhat. Like my parents were a part of this group called the Latte Awebi group. So there's a clinic in Latte right now. So my parents worked with an association and also with churches, and they sent mattresses up to the clinic and renovated the clinic. And so there was always a connection. I was very young to kind of be cognizant of it. I would say I really kind of fell in love with Ghana in my late 20s.
Partying?
No, just connecting with family.
I got you.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have assumed that.
No, it's fine. Yeah, just connecting with family and trying to get into business because my parents worked. My dad was a draftsman for Sears. My mom was a nurse, and so on the side, my parents imported shea butter, imported textiles. So it was like Ghana was also always present in the house at some moment. Whether it was Saturdays, my dad would be playing like Amachi Dede. Like it was something. There was always some element of Ghana in the home.
And so there was that entrepreneurial spirit there.
Yes, it was that hustle, like working. And so I think that's what kind of drew me into Ghana as well, and also fashion. Just seeing the beginning of the supply chain in certain areas where I've worked in the end of the supply chain with Nordstrom and Burberry.
So that's what you did in Toronto?
Yeah, I worked in Toronto. I worked at Burberry. I was working CVM, so customer volume management.
Okay.
You kind of measure the algorithms of shopping propensities.
Okay.
It's data. It's in the store, but you're also working with data.
Okay.
And then Nordstrom was designer handbags.
Okay.
Which was quite an experience, but it taught me so much.
And you did that in Toronto before, so you were doing that while you were traveling back and forth. You were still doing that?
Nordstrom, I was.
Okay.
Because 2-week vacation, come back, go back.
Gotcha.
That kind of thing. Like, if you get time off, you just figure out something to do on your time off.
Do you miss Toronto?
Now I'm beginning to. My nieces are getting older, and communicating with them via WhatsApp video is limiting. Like, you want to touch, you want to feel. I have a few friends that, they've either gotten married or have children, and you want to,
But is it Toronto, or is it the people in the community in Toronto, or is it a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I miss a different type of structure. Sometimes I miss when things are...
What is that? Do you drink coffee?
No.
You don't drink coffee?
No.
Oh, because I was going to say, I don't know anything about Canada, right? I'm learning. And this is, I always get clowned because I say all I know is Moose, what's that, Tim Hortons coffee, and Drake.
Oh, God.
I know, it's the worst, right? The Raptors are,
Yes.
but no, one of my good friends is from Toronto. He's teaching me, and I told him I'm going to spend some time with him in Canada. And I'm trying not to continue to be the ignorant American about Canada and Canadian culture. So in your travels, working with Nordstrom, working with fashion, traveling back and forth to Ghana, has that taken you to other countries on the continent of Africa?
No.
So have you ever been outside of Ghana?
No.
Really?
No, never.
So,
I want to.
But
we have a mutual friend that was trying to get me to go, but I think because when I was working in Ghana, when I first started, I was on contract. And the 3 major roles I've had have been contracts. So you weren't permitted to actually leave the country.
Got you. Okay. Okay.
Just to travel within it. Like when I was at Versace, on the weekends, I would go to the north, either pick up orders or to manage an order, come back with my suitcase, straight into work.
But while you were, so we didn't even get to.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Because anybody who's listening heard you say Versace, so we're going to talk about that. But what I wanted to do right now is something that you're not expecting, so just do your best, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here we go. Now is what we call Africa in 60. Africa in 60 is where we asked our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds.
Okay. Starting now?
Look. She got all 54. I promise y'all I did not prep her for this, but she's just very confident. Okay, start now. How you want to do it? Sir? All right. Do we got our timer? Okay.
Do I get a prize, or is there cash?
It's like you get social clout. The viewers who watch are going to be like, good job. They're going to leave comments. Great job.
That's good.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
But maybe I'll figure out something later. maybe we can figure something out. You're the first person that asked that. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
South Africa, Zambia, Namibia, Morocco, Mauritius, Seychelles, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Senegal?
Nope.
Okay, Senegal. Let me go to this side. Rwanda, Uganda, Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia.
You can go north.
I already said Morocco, Egypt, although they don't think they're African. Oh, geez.
There's a country next to Egypt.
Who do I even know?
To the east and the west.
Okay, I think I'm done. Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
We still got more time.
Okay.
We still got more time.
Where's my phone?
You can't use your phone.
Okay, no,
4,
this is shameful. I should know
3,
this. Wait.
2.
I'm trying to think of the Africa Free
1.
Trade.
Okay, stop. Good job. I think I counted about 17. That's not horrible. You didn't expect it, and everybody's.
You should have told me before we did this.
That's why I don't. That's exactly why I don't. Okay, so Africa in 60. We love to play this game. We want all of our viewers to remember that Africa is a continent. 54 countries, different languages, different cultures, different protocols. So as we begin to look around the world and look through the diaspora, let's remember that there are different African people all over the continent. All right? Cool. Okay, so
Botswana. I just remembered Botswana.
The time is up. You can't add Botswana.
Shoot.
All right, so you mentioned Versace. Now, I think when I met you, you were working at the Galleria, managing the Versace shop. So talk a little bit, and you brought Versace here, correct? Okay, tell me a little bit. Tell me the story about the guy. This was in 2019 during the year of return when you guys opened, right?
1 year before that.
2018. So talk to us about working with the Kempinski, Galleria, Versace. Like, you had to be in high demand. You managed the Versace shop in Ghana. All of these ballers out here. Maybe not. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard about the role. I was at a restaurant, and Nadia from Sai Wine, great lady.
Yes.
She started engaging and said, what do you do? What did you do? I hear you have an accent type of thing. I let her know. At that time, I was working for Nordstrom, and I let her know. Actually, I worked for Nordstrom at that time because I'd already moved to Ghana full time. And she said, hey, I know the recruiter for the role. Let me connect you. She connected me, spoke to her, and then I was introduced to the owner of the shop. So the shop is not owned by the Kempinski itself. It's owned by a member of the management team.
Okay. Is it Ghanaian owned?
No.
Okay.
Had my interview, and he's like, okay, when are you going to start? I was like, wow, okay. So I came into the store.
That's a nice job interview when you finish and they say,
it wasn't much of it. Yeah, it was just, what do you want? And
you're the one.
Yeah, and I had questions, but it was like, just start. And a lot of diasporans have that experience too.
Okay.
Like, it's just when they see that you understand what the role entails, okay, let's go, kind of thing. And so yeah, I started, and it was just fixtures in the store, no product, no employees, nothing. The product was on site, but it was at the hotel. So before I was able to really hire a team, I had to just structure myself, just same way we were doing Burberry or same way we were doing Nordstrom. Build out a plan, had a network of who can do what. In terms of building a small little ecosystem, whether it's rolling racks down to sensor-matic machines. I also worked with an assistant consultant as well that the owner worked with prior to me coming on. Yeah, I started with the inventory and got the team. Actually, had I think we had 70 applicants. I worked with some people from the fashion industry in Ghana to say, hey, I need to hire people quick, and had quite a few. We had quite a few.
Were most qualified?
I would say 70 of them were eager.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
but
eager.
Not qualified. It's okay if they weren't, because if you had 70.
We had 70.
Right?
We had sets of 12, 12, 12, yeah.
Right. If you had 70 and all were qualified, it had to be a hard choice. As opposed to, okay, half of these people are eager but not really qualified, but I have a pool of 25 that I really need to choose from.
Yeah, I think when you say the word qualified, I think there are people that definitely were great in the interview.
Okay.
Because I have an HR experience, I can tell a candidate before I even train them. I can tell who I can work with or who would resonate with the company values. I'll say it like that.
Got you.
And I met 5 that week we had interviews. I met 5. It came down to 3, and then it came down to 2. And we just moved forward with that. Started with inventory, getting rolling racks from Spintex, ordering sensor-matic machines from South Africa, getting a rep to come up from South Africa to install it. Some of the flooring in the store wasn't to standard, so it wasn't epoxy flooring, just had to redo the flooring.
Got you.
Worked with the Kempinski in terms of clienteling lists, just essentially picking up what I did at Burberry and plunking it down in Ghana.
What was that experience like? Because I mentioned about you missing Toronto, and you was like, you missed some of the structure. So I'm assuming that opening a luxury brand like Versace in Ghana wasn't as simple, and I could be wrong, as it would be in Canada.
No, because the ecosystem is not, the industry is not, it's here, but it's fertile, it's forming. Right? At the time, I felt like, in Toronto, if I want to pick up rolling racks, or if I want to say, there are agencies that will fit out your store for you.
Got you.
Right?
You can just hire. So is that an opportunity in Ghana?
It's definitely an opportunity in Ghana, and something that I've done after Versace, because people have seen it on Google or whatever, that, hey, this girl did this. This small girl did this. So she could do my store. So I think, in terms of fixturing, yes. So if you have a franchise, the head office will send you the product, you know, once you've purchased it. But if you are, let's say you have a shop in Trasacco or something like that, I don't know of an agency in Ghana that will say, okay, you want to bring in this retailer, we have this product, authentic, you know, product from Italy or wherever it is. There are no agencies like that, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a matter of like going to Spintex to get this and to get this, and it came together.
You know, so I don't own any Versace pieces, right? And I'm not a label name brand kind of guy. Like, I like my tailor to measure me and make clothes.
You like quality, yeah, bespoke.
Yeah. Yep. And I think probably, but I know Versace is it's a big name, right? It's a big name in luxury brands. Talk a little bit about Versace in Ghana specifically as a brand and the kind of customers. Was it mainly people who stayed at the Kempinski who shopped? Was it native Ghanaians? And then just give us a little summary of, as a matter of fact, let me do this.
Okay.
We're going to take a break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll pick up. Okay? Okay. We'll be right back with Viola Lavi on Diaspora Link. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back here on Diaspora Link with our guest for this episode, Viola Lavi. We're going to continue our conversation about her work with luxury and Versace in Ghana, and then move on to what I really want to talk about is what she's currently doing in the North. Viola, okay, so Versace. So Versace, Galleria, luxury in Ghana. Your take.
Okay, so I think there are many forms of luxury, and I think whether it was COVID, but there is a democratization of luxury.
Okay.
Right? And so the luxury that I went to school and learned and was raised with is very much a capitalistic form of luxury, where it's like customer service and where it's about making money, right? Like at Nordstrom, we had a Celine department, and there was a handbag for a Python handbag for $30,000, right? And so I think sometimes a lot of
excuse me, a Python
handbag
Was it like an albino virgin
was
python from the
I remember the colors.
Australian mountains? Like, was it something this is one of a kind? Did they kill the only one?
There were 3 in Canada.
Okay.
Right? And so we were one of the stores. The location I was at, Yorkdale Mall, was one of the stores I got it, and Vancouver got 2, because Vancouver has a very...
$30,000 US dollars. That's a lot of money.
Canadian dollars.
Okay, 30,000 Canadian. That's still a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money, yeah. And so, like, when you were raised with that type of luxury, you think, or you equate luxury with something being expensive. In Ghana, it's the purity of, or it's the connectivity to the artisanship of making something by hand, right?
Which is luxury.
It is luxury. It is luxury because, let's say, Jean Baptiste or Dries Van Noort, these are designers in Europe. They also have tailors and ateliers that work with their hand. But because there's a capitalistic structure around them, and because I think there's a proximity to whiteness, people think, oh my God, this is luxury, right?
I was going to ask that.
But there's luxury in Ghana. And I don't necessarily mean eco-luxury. I mean there's luxury that is equitable and equal to the luxury that you find in Europe. It's just that there's their system that we're operating in terms of this formal structure of supply chain management, right? In Ghana, we don't have supply chain management. If I'm struggling to find rolling racks and Spintex, and I have to fly in somebody, well, the store has to fly in somebody from South Africa for a Sensormatic machine, that is not an ecosystem, right? But in Europe, in Canada, US, yes, you have those systems.
It's all there.
And I think it's also that whether it's Black people or African people, we haven't given language to what we do, right, in terms of this word luxury. So I have a friend who owns New Afropolitan, Jewel Arthur, mutual friend. And
shouts out to Jewel.
Yes, yes. And what she does, she works with artisans as well in terms of hand-carved tables. And all of these things are luxury.
Right.
And I think because of where it is geographically, people undermine it. And sometimes we undermine our own art because, again, we don't work with price points.
But you said something that was so key. And that is that luxury, most oftentimes, even with us, is defined by its proximity to whiteness. I'm going to steal that concept because we sometimes also have to, I guess, decolonize our own minds, right? Because most of us were so if you grew up and you didn't grow up in a rich household or wealthy household, when you saw luxury, you saw white people. You didn't see luxury with Black people.
Yeah.
Right?
Whether it's someone walking on the street and she had
And you weren't, and we didn't define luxury by things just being made by hand, because if that was the case, we all grew up luxury because our parents.
Yeah, and it's biblical.
Right.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's so what do you think needs to happen?
I think for sure, even before I moved to Ghana, sometimes when I would just come to Ghana for fashion events and kind of dip out, I would meet people and people say, I would love for my product to be in, I think at that time I was working, I can't remember who I was working for at that time, but they were like, I would love for you to help me get my product over into Canada, right? Help me pitch to a buyer type of thing. And I would say, why do you think that coming to Canada, it means success, right? And then I would rewind that and say, okay, so do you have distribution in line? Like, how would you get the product there? Oh, I don't know, right? Okay, so how long does it take for you? What is your lead time for maybe 60,000 units? Oh, I don't know, right? The system, that structure is not ours, right? So I think if we're gonna, because we are in this global fashion ecosystem, we have to learn it.
We have to learn that system, whether it's ours or not.
Yeah, right? We need continual education. Even myself, I've worked in industry. I went to school for fashion almost 15 years ago. I think I'm aging myself, but almost 15 years ago I went to school, and I'm even relearning because the system, the industry has changed since I went to school. The industry has changed since I worked for all these companies back in Toronto. I think we need to. I know I hate to say it like this, but I think we need to. It's not learning the white man's way. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
But we need to learn how the system works.
But it's a global system, right? It's a global market. And if you're interested in selling to a market that can afford your product, that you want to price at a certain level, and you want to have it in Nordstrom, and you have to be able to supply 60,000 units or whatever because Nordstrom likes it and they want to put it there, then you have to learn that system.
And even if you don't want to onboard in a department store, even if you want to have a distribution center in New York or something, so
Right.
you have a not a Dropbox,
a drop
a cross dock, right,
Okay.
where your product hits on that country and then it's shipped. You need to understand the way the system works, right? You need to understand supply chain management. So whether it's YouTube or whether it's a Parsons course or whether it's asking a funder or whatever it is, you've got to find a way.
We need to figure that out here.
Yeah. We need to figure it out here and make our own, but make it African, right? So whether it's in Ghana, or whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in not South Africa, but whether it's in maybe a Black African country, we need to figure out our own.
You know, I smiled when you said that because I started thinking about the African Free Trade Agreement,
Yeah.
and I'm like, with this agreement, we should be making millionaires and billionaires in Africa by selling and creating products and services to other Africans.
We should. Operative word.
We should.
Should.
We
yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Last question about this. As somebody who works in this field, I consider you an expert, right? Why? Because you get it. You talk about it. You know it. When, like, I just learned something. Was it cross-docking, you said? I didn't know that till now. But I heard it, and now I'm going to use it with somebody else, and I'm going to sound real smart, right? I'm like, well, if you don't understand cross-docking, then you don't really need to be in this business. But what do we need to do for us as people to begin to switch our minds around so that we begin to redefine what luxury is?
I don't think we need to redefine it. I think we just need to share what we do already. What we do already
Okay.
is luxury. I think we need to understand. I think what I do with Versace, like I had a great young lady that worked for us and worked with the store, and you know she went to school at Radford. It's a university in Legon, fashion university, and she gets it, right? And so I think once you're able to download the information into a young person, they continue it, right? But I also think the education system in Ghana, in terms of fashion schools, we need to teach the difference between fashion and retail.
Okay.
Retail is the engine that drives product, right? And I think people just we put it all together and then we don't scale because we don't understand retail. Retail is the supply chain management, and it can be done on the continent. And with this Africa Free Trade Agreement, like I hope that one day it'll involve the creative industries, because a lot of the women and men, a lot of the continent is informal trade in the creative industries, right? And I'm not saying we have to, what's the word? I don't want to say professionalize because that's not even a word.
Standardize?
Standardize. We can leverage, and it's with partnership. It's also with Diaspora partnership as well. We can leverage what is existing. Whether it's somebody, you know, making this flag
we don't have to redefine it. We don't have to change it.
It's
We
there
just need to
already.
leverage it.
We just have to give it language and document it, create data, obviously, because that's when investment comes in. If I'm an investor in Toronto or Silicon, wherever the heck I am, and I don't see that this is actually viable because there's no data to back it up.
Right.
I'm not going to invest in it.
It has to be data.
It has to be investment for sure.
Period.
In consortiums and all that.
So this actually, I believe, is a perfect segue, because as you started to say that, I was like, this is what she's doing in the North. She's creating this. She is the change that she wants to be. So let's talk a little bit about your work now with Woven. Tell everybody what Woven is and exactly what do you do with Woven.
Okay. So Woven is a socially conscious home goods brand. I work with artisans in Bolgatanga, and we create baskets. We create woven items for interior spaces.
Okay.
So primarily, I think my favorite part of Woven is our custom design service. You know, so it could be anything from a museum to yourself to a retail store saying, hey, you know, I need these units. And we work with artisans in terms of product development and specs, and again, showing them what the world, how their customer is outside, and that's something as literal as, let's say a basket is 10 by 15 in terms of 10 base, 10 high, and let's say an artisan says, oh, scrap it, I'm just going to do 20 inches by 20 inches. First of all, I won't pay for the basket. In the beginning, I wouldn't pay for the basket because I need them to understand that you're disrupting a client's order because her shelf space is maybe 20 by 20. So you have gone and done your own measurement,
And
so I
decided
can't
to
sell
do
it
what
to the
you wanna
person.
do.
So that means
Right.
I have to absorb the cost a woman has to absorb the cost.
Right.
And so yeah, we work with artisans. I don't think Ghana understands the potential of what we could do with in Bolgatanga alone, even the north alone, from like Shea to textiles to Wa and all the beautiful things that are happening there. We can commercialize what is normal for us and give it value.
You know
right?
what?
So when these
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, because
I was going to say sometimes
I'm
when
with
white, sometimes in my space, in the handcraft space, you know, because we don't value our own, maybe I don't want to say white person, but a person who is not black can maybe have this business and they'll get crazy investment because it's like a savior complex. We are saving Africans, right? To me, it's just business. Like,
right.
It's a mindset shift that needs to happen. And, you know, we worked with...
somebody else could come, go to Bolgatanga, meet some weavers or meet some people, and let's say that person is non-black or non-African.
It's much more attractive.
Right. Do a one-pager and say, you know, I need $1 million investment to help these poor women in this village use their art craft and take it worldwide. And somebody will throw money at them simply because it's a humanitarian effort.
It looks like, yes.
It looks like a humanitarian effort, as opposed to somebody coming in and working with people to help them create a viable business.
It's kind of like how sometimes celebrities come to Africa, or anyone comes to Africa. Hear me out.
No, I'm with you. I probably agree with you.
Yeah, and maybe they built a school. The school is not the impact. It's the curriculum that should be the impact. Right? Because the school is infrastructure. Just like we have Kotoka, it's a beautiful airport. But, you know, day 2 of the airport, it was filthy, right? Because there's no garbage.
You can say that out loud. It was filthy.
It was.
Clean up.
We didn't think about the garbage cans. Like, you know, it's just pretty infrastructure, but it's the core, it's the SOP, it's the structure of the internal company that matters.
Right.
And so Woven also works with other companies who are not necessarily in the basket space. So we build CSR programs for for-profit companies. And
Really?
Yeah. And they have nothing to
I didn't know. See, I told you I was going to learn something
They have
new.
nothing to do with basketry, but it's in the north, and obviously I have data on what works in terms of training, and we build capacity in different areas, either for nonprofits, but usually for-profit organizations.
I have to talk to you.
Okay.
This is fine for the interview. Listen, we're friends in real life, so I'm learning from her right now. We have to talk about something I just learned about in this interview. So, okay, no, that's okay. So, one of the things I love about Woven, outside of the quality of the products,
thank you,
and your creativity, as I mentioned to you, I love the way you present the products, and I love the way you present the artisans. Like, for me, it really shows in your photos and in the way that you present the work, that you respect them as human beings. And we don't get that a lot. Like when you mention about the stars who come here, or the Hollywood people, whatever, it's always like you come and I'm just waiting for the picture with the lady in the market with your outfit, and it's just like, look at these fresh mangoes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I love the way you present it. Can you talk to us about some of the other work you do? Because I know you do training, and how many women are you working with? Give us some data on kind of some of the impact that Woven is having.
Yeah, so we work with, predominantly it was 200 in the very beginning, so this is 2 years ago in the very beginning. During COVID, we worked with Scale Up Africa.
Okay.
Their consortium here in Ghana. Do you know?
That's a homie.
Okay. And she worked with Woven to facilitate a capacity building training for 70 artisans, 70 women in the north during burial season. So I wasn't too sure about the timing, because, you know, the women sometimes can't stay throughout the day because it's burial season and women are behind, you know, the funeral process.
Burial season.
Yeah,
Okay,
kind of like what happened with me and my dad.
Okay.
And so, we worked with them to train them with capacity building in terms of quality control, quality assurance, microfinancing, because, you know, it's not like Susu is familiar,
right?
But, you know, we want to help these women I don't want to necessarily scale. I wouldn't say scale because scale is much later, but just help them to improve their profits, right? And so the women reinvest their profits from basket sales into the home, into their children, and maybe the men are in the South, maybe the men are in Accra. We have we work with artisans who we work with the husband in Accra and the wife in Bogatanga.
Okay,
because he's in the city, maybe weaving during the day, but maybe having a maintenance job overnight, right? And he's sending that money back home.
For them to continue. Okay.
Yeah, and so we work with other companies, not necessarily in basketry, but to provide that training. And we also worked with Google Will. Google has a foundation called Women's Will.
Okay.
And so we work with the weavers that are 25 and under because they speak English and the training was in English.
Okay.
Just in terms of like positive self-affirmation statements, in terms of, I'm the best weaver, or just even being able to speak up. When you're sitting, don't sit like this, like speak up and to be present. And so it was great because some of the artisans have never heard of Google, or they've never even engaged or had that type of experience. And so I was like, yeah, madam, you have to come back. You have to come back. And so I work with them in terms of microfinancing, but I don't give money. I give straw. And it's for our orders. Yeah, it's easier to track because I know that you haven't used the money for something else. Because that's what happens.
But you give straw for your orders, but they get paid for producing the orders.
Yes, yes.
Nice.
So because
that's a great model.
Because traditionally microfinancing is cash, right? And so I find sometimes if you give cash, they may use it for something else, and I don't get my order.
Right.
And then the customer on the other end is like, Viola, you're unprofessional, right? But it's not me. It's the supply chain. It's culture. It's anyway. And so yeah, it's been wild. And with this.
So now you're at like 270, 300. How many?
270.
You're at 270 now. And that's a lot of people. How do you?
Yeah, so each group, like some women are really, really great with single weave. Like there are two types of weave. Some women are really great with double weave. Double weave is usually the more expensive product. That's usually the high-end product. You're going to see it in like Loewe. You'll see it in, I believe Vivienne Westwood also did. Anything that's high-end, it's a skinnier weave, and so it's lighter, and so like the shapes can be wavy and really, really cool. Single weave is usually laundry bath, something that needs, something that requires much structure if it's going to be carrying something. And then there are also things like hats, like if it's a custom order, someone says, hey, Viola, or hey, woman, we need.
The one thing I saw that I was like, this girl is smart. This woman is smart. It was like the glass holders.
Oh, yeah.
The custom glass holders.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm about to put in another order for something. I'm going to put in another order for something.
Yeah.
Viola, we are running out of time, but before we leave, as a native Ghanaian who grew up in the Ghanaian and African diaspora and who has decided to come home and decided to stay, regardless of how and what circumstance, leave us with some advice for Ghanaians abroad in terms of how they can make an impact here, and for non-Ghanaians, non-African born Africans abroad since the year of return, people coming. What advice specifically would you give for people coming for business?
Oh, for business, okay.
Give us like one gem, one Viola nugget that you can leave us with.
For business, I think it matters on the sector, but I do think training is important because I think when I came in, or when anyone comes in to start a business, you're going to expect that the staff, or that the team will know what the team where you're coming from would know. And these are like everyday things about punctuality, or these are like small little things that do make a difference. I think you need to invest in training for sure. And hiring a recruitment firm, I've worked with someone, Maureen from Bawoni Consults. She's amazing. Amazing. So I do think you need to work with someone who understands the people you want to work with. Whether you're a Ghanaian or not.
Or not.
It doesn't
but
matter.
Somebody on the ground who knows what that recruiting pool
yeah.
looks like and knows how it works.
Yeah, because otherwise there's going to be disconnect. You're going to waste resources. You're going to waste payroll because you're not going to get the result you wanted.
Right.
Because you haven't taken the time to understand the way your staff thinks or moves or behaves.
That's a good piece of advice. So training and invest in HR.
Culturally relevant training.
Culturally relevant training.
Yes, for sure.
Invest in HR.
Yeah, because what works in Manhattan is not going to work here. It just doesn't. And it shouldn't, because Ghana is not Manhattan.
Right,
Accra is not Manhattan.
It's a different place.
Yeah.
Viola, I am a big fan of yours. I'm a supporter from far and near, as you know sometimes. And I just really look forward to seeing Woven grow. Like I'm one of those people that when I open a magazine and see Woven, I'm gonna be really, really happy for you, just because I feel like you deserve it. Again, I love the way you treat all of your people like human beings, and you present them in their full humanity. And I just believe you're fair and you're a dope artist. So thank you for joining us on this episode.
Thank you for having me.
We want to thank our guest for this episode, Miss Viola Labby. Make sure you check out Woven, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, as always, Diallo Sumbri. We really hope you appreciated and enjoyed this interview and conversation with Miss Viola Labby as much as I did. And as always, we'll leave you with some proverbial wisdom from our ancestors in the form of a proverb. Today's proverb is, "It is no disgrace at all to work for money." Thank you. We'll see you next episode.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adomafi, and as I said before, we have the legend himself over here, Charles Taylor. Legend, you're welcome to Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, thank you.
How's life been after football?
We are managing by the grace of God.
Nice. Often I see you on TV doing football analysis and all that. Is it that you are not interested in coaching and that you want to do more of panditry? Say, okay, Okabo who has some TV so on.
Me a coach.
Okay.
Me a coach. Me was second division team. I mean, I'm a coach of Platform FC.
Okay.
But you see, I was wouldn't my dear, I was a who show not among for whom the woman sent a bear, Kuala is so met me as you me a coach, and I see a master a year Juma on GTV.
Okay.
Auntie, together. So
now, I thought that it is Division 2, Division 1 football. Your boy, Mukuni near my referees near my Etasipa.
Yeah, Etasi because I was a horn. When you're paying me a man and make us out. Yes, at times crash or overcall pile crack over board. One referee pen and it was Santa Woody.
No linesman.
No linesman. Yeah, and she no cry a child kind of Ghana football, but I could do because I was here. I started from grassroots, started from third division, second division to third division before Premier. But from third division up to second division, he had the movie because of Ghana football. No, Siciano and Tisa first now, me talent no free. So those small teams, we see no. Omokono makoyi every Premier third division cry difficult say we will say third division or Premier or national team. A kind of Ghana football we could do that is your proper being said the person yeah crown pana if free chili crown you benya me under 17 board 20 board under 23 and son me senior side. Kyerɛ wo sɛ na quality no any krom nko a ɛwɔ all the Ghana. What you say? But ɔmo nya tam ɛnyɛ scout ɛnkɔ mu talent no nti da bi a talent no bebree wɔ village ɛno nso ɛha Ghana football because at times no ana obi wɔ hɔ a wɔyɛ good but we knew obi a ɔbɛhelp no na ɛbɛde me deɛ ɛbɛyɛ example sɛ me kura mpo no obi na ɛboa me de me ba akra what you say amfa ma nka bi anka me nso me ntia mpo ɛma wo nyɛ me ntɛm ɛkyerɛ sɛ yɛ ɔbɛta ɔmo sen me ɔmo nso ɔmo ni obi a ɔbɛhwɛ ɔmo nti saa de kyerɛ ɛyɛ sad
ɛyɛ sure sɛ ɛtɔ da ɔho players paa sɛ division 2 ɔmo kɔ ɔho kyerɛ mu ebi a nneɛma adeɛ a ɔmo bɛdi ne nneɛma nyinaa
because me mayɛ bi da meyɛ bi because of saa nneɛma wei a ne ma mɛgyae a ɛsi a meyɛ adwuma wɔ no because ɛwɔ sɛ meka na ɔmo kyerɛ me sesa because second division kɔbɔ match koraa a difficult players no kura mpo aduane ɔmo bɛdi koraa na ɛden because nneɛma a wo sika kakra sɛ wode hwɛ players no wode kɔ akɔtua referee fee wa na otua
nka bɛ GFC ɔmo na mo tua
da bi second division wa na bɛtua home na we nyina wo tua etu ni ska wotime mmɔ
ɛhɔ ɛyɛ den na mo yɛ ska ɔmo nkrɔfo ba park ɔmo tua mo tua hwɛ ball no
da na third division kura ɔmo ntua la second division na abɛkɔ so ɔmo bɛ sa bo aka ho and now referees na di second division matches ni nyina 90% nyɛ good referees I san come hand this because omo ye de omo pɛ because obi anu a o take action bi against omo me te say third division second year bo referee enye me surprise because me am from my
why experience this yeah bo referee pada
me particular crompo no edu ba bi kra referee bi kra kasi anka me no because they always see AD match no na enye because of nipa home team no cry and then the ball cry can say why we there Charles we almost too much because keeper che ball no other form na say penalty dia obia ho anka no onu so we ball na ku ba o pese omo shenti na was so penalty
na also e bia am for the way feel so that say fans no e bia wo coach na mbuefo se na ye bu nkrofo no also experience bi to da coaches bi si ye bu omo ne niama
because
ana wo dey we legend nti omo di
personality na egina ona atas ana nyame ne da na se why ye ni pa bi so ko se you matter everything I be si bia no ebi mu di buo be ma o what you say because me ntokwa kra mpo no anya me can fact no say referee na me kono so enye na referee me nko say me kobo na me koka me be say me chance say Ghana football anye ye from one okay e so from because o nya team no obobo na say nipa no lusu a no teams will lose match no but so die sisie ma lusu a na e dey sa problem ni nyina aba no
that ebetimi aka say ebe ho wo Ghana Premier League mu na coach na ebia e free national team say be coach ubeye
for sure because so far as football na make him no I was saying so meet me because before a team kakra me who say boys baby I respect say am ne me here adwuma so what I say because obi kura na anyo say bia obetimi kura hia me da dia me no mu kasa se omo te se me a ye nyina ye nipa ba bia me duru ye no e no di bu ma bia ono so ba bia obeduru na be sin ba bia me ye de me duru ye nti me show mu nkran nti prayer bobo wa se o hye nu nkran se wo betumi aye wo be better crossing dia wo ye no ana dia wo pese wo sua no be better sin because e wi ase no men kan kire wo se me pese me yes de cha still aye na e ba sa why wrong I was so yes oh yes in the chest there no what you say eno ne better ideas no
na saying we Blasters abysmal performance for AFCON 2021 eno na paying forth parliamentarians ne Ghana for be brave by no mo kan say se sia de bibia edru no e say nhwe na we enya experienced players na omo retire na omo ba na omo bua team no say na we Senegal for year omo wo Alhaji Diop for background ni niama na omo bua ojitum say sa niama na say yenye na enhwe na ebia mo be bua Black Stars and national team say mo kasa to the players no mutie
true na yo bisa was a Ghana system and this Senegal ni Mali ni you know pana because Ghana are empeno cre especially our GFA I won't pay truth once na therapy ho no mo pamo no
they say there's someone na ba
because ebi obehu no cre ebi ono mpe ne ekoso no okoka ebe fans bi hu dia den atwe asan enti obi obekọ national team bia no why quiet what I say because untimi ko kan okra no because of bad empaying for omudi anim no because omu nko befa so ayi wa firi ho eno nso emowa because obi ani wa ne nyansa esen yankopon ba obi asra de fi yankopon ho je say yeah je say I was say I do respect ma obi a awo wi aso do am for respect ma onyonkon obi zo fa bi ma I don't see omo we say bia ya bobo ni bi pe no ye ba e be kire say bia ball na prayer we ade ne ba no onye good because me da bia me complain say ye nya restoration and the ball national team
I don't know kasa
yeah because
nyantichi time na afi na keto kriku time na aba na omo ye
time obe wie no sa na ekoso
okay
onu akura a kire say ne time go mistakes bi first na place bi wa na
omo di 30 years omo di omo adwin trace bi
because sata no o nti wa hu sa di ene say o yusu sa 30 years players no eno nche se bi owu 30 years o you good obe bench no ba moment na obe hu sa ne ma na so wo dwen hu say one e bia wo say team no prayer ben because obi wo 10 years no obi tuma be say blaster what you say nti wo hwe nipa no ni su ne ba na ade be kire so sa prayer we wo say dey ye man trans chen kakra because ono normal players na dey e bia ye pese nti ono obe say team dia I was say bench no ba wo time kra no mo ye wo time kra na ye timi bo minister na ye nyina what you say yeah na kire wo say wo ntimi ankore te ho e wo ho so na curtain so that to us na curtain dia na be USB ti say ye wo me a me bobo be si na me hu say Ghana call Afcon na ye free mu good state
kra me hu be that 1 point
and enya 1 point team so share team a 7 say me second division gram po me team dia fisi na
only say Comoros ye chomo be 30 kra for Ghana ye benya Ghana is say population about 1 million
yes small
island
by amu sua de what they say one say wo man a 7 panfo adwen a akoro o mu kura adwen so to say enti obi ti gas na abrochiri akwara a wo ne kura ni say me mfa de enkoto efom because ground na ewo no onu a obu ground before answer ye wo
Osha we Keto Kriku ne performance as GFA president wayadi prepreso de Ghana Premier League na dru no enen niama oba no na amafo kan say oh ono oye we game changer no
why West changer to adia say because yes because obia who play football who do football chibi abo say ne de na West because of any time bia be free blaster bia no be nyankofo amomo aka say players we dey free we come what I say
bayanya dekra no yes o share records more anya dekra no top 10 in Africa na yem free muda
WWE yem free muda
sisi I was 11
yeah 11 so anti make us only West I was so and on time so na player we play akra mpo na on kiki ball kra na o come our Afcon Jiska so what you say wakasu we play na what dey na free akwa that is omo ana omo bobo e local players no kra mfa so ni omo so ba wo de ehia wo de otumi de ne shim
question ba kwa me pese me bisa o say home based players ne foreign based players ye di obuoma local players and I say also ubo we national team abra ubo Ghana Premier League and ufra players are almost more we abroad
na professionals
I'm paying for no more na sa players mbu mo na then say utumi hu player bi pa say utumi obobo pa Ghana Premier League but okwa na bench na obi a obo Afghanistan na
bia if you paying for no bi niam mo ka kire coaches no because mutumi ka say Ghana soccer no there we nya local player bi fetching to the blaster so what you say and the coach na oba no on fa na ni nko local teams no so ntina ebenya Ghana coaches on ba nyina obu no munya amanane nko a na on pay players because omu say had any waste Ghana e betumi akasa the nipa be 2-3 na de beko ba obi na obetumi abobo ni bi obi antumi start e kire wo say Ghana soccer no say na ade na say frase no asana kosro nti wanya ase ni ya esoro nso any stand so what I say because you can't blaster any local obi enu wa mo bo ha ansa na o tu kwan nti wo de respect ma de o ha na onu be tu kwan no na we ade papa e den abebo blaster no but see ano eni wo we first no Ghana ni bobo a o bo local tu kwan na nije na nije because so far it me fair national team man bo so but see ano yam frɛ ba wo tu kwan na ukwa share Guinea krambo na ogbo na say yeah it me from national team so what I say I didn't and na say a national team no enye Ghana enye Ghana blaster bi see I say di me sesa no ye no individual blaster because o hwe keta o won crofo be from omo mu di na chi so won crofo be from
that's the dreams and visions
yes e basa because what do any form about say me players be bla nkofo players a obetumi dia man loan e wo ha we do blasters up mbe friend no to be ka say be a team we player na friends no any player so what you say yes e try because what the player be call camp be several times now when kiki one ball kra that is onye good so what you say onye good
but o player be a obo ball abrochire ana ye wo no abrochire na or Boba blasters or between for some but say na ye cancel Callum Hudson or do we on Ghana mag blasters ne Tariq Lamptey ne Niaman obe two on
say subana ye ja e wo ha no e na e mo mo nso panic e wo so mo magana no because me kire say Lamptey okay ne papa a kire say o de ne buy under 17 o mo so ntueska so what I say
but e bia sa nipa no yes ade no e bia we free GF
and I make you say we free GF ba Ghana say oh why do you answer me answer now we free one na we mu buy and there no more ye so what I say because okay prayer no ya wona brochire ana wabobo brochire sa wa hu mentality we say okobobo kra untimi mfa bibia ansresra ho say a yet different scent so the says round so what I say because what a year on be was a boy near say now ye
Chetremu ye mintia say
bia broni ayawo bibini awo no abrochire a obobo abrochire okay ade a friend say aduro wonyi ni
aduro wo ye bo no mu pa
oh na say anyam na meka say enu achia ebisi blaster ko yen na si nuro kwa am koyo ho
ndia kika ba o de o bi
ha
o bi
enti wo bobo na se o bobo abrochire na obi orun so bobo ho no ba na obe bobo ba akumienu na ne nan o timi mfa mobo ni bi na edu da bia obe bobo blaster nkwa no kwa otula okwa na a lot of players o me bo ma aye national team a omo carry ana former na eko atu ba ya atu na Ghana nyina eni da no so Because I do anything.
To see how sister
so plan addiction sa into a national team coach bi na obefo bi adabia na opla.
Until they want to obia for say ye wo abrochi bebo ma Ghana.
Oh, so me mo mpa de say leaders we are na ho de a aye GFA penfo wi mu. Na se anya o ma on be dwuna ma GFA de a na we mu nko de a me mo de afutuo nya na metu obi afu sesi ba we nipa na say wo dwene wo talent ho a I was say wo dwene mienu because omo mbobo abrochira aso omo busuafo nso a omo nyina nso mu bi omo tibi nti nya na metu obi fu ba de meka ne say I was say obi are careful I was Ghana Blaster.
So you are still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adomafio and my guest is the legend Charles Taylor. We are taking a short break and when we return we'll continue with the conversation.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adomafio and I have the legend over here, Charles Taylor. We're talking about Black Stars issues there. We'll move later on to talk about Ghana Premier League. Legend, before you went on the break, we were talking about the players and all that. We can say mainframe players be like we share be more Ghana Black Stars na my career ayeye. Ebim to me bo say Asamajan obo we World Cup na onya chance or bo Sunderland but bebre say Thomas Partey and Sana Obeba now a consistent war we Atletico.
Yeah.
Mohamed Kudus on also na career
oba yes he dey know yes
but you see moment of Ghana match bi or the player ko Partey e ba na obo Ghana match bi obepla enti ade aye kan amfase
on say ade bi wo na ama ye amoka e wo say omo nso adwen kakra anu nti na players bi wo omo dwen ho say ade na such a place wo mkobo ba bia na omo nya
na player bi Bernard Mensah etora obeboa na owo take care na bi obeboa na ase ni wa losing the place ni na oye sure so be
so just samwa share internet team bia hwe no ho ba du ba bi na afi de ko ya samwa ohun ba bi ona isi ko ya samwa o hwe no kra ohun no so ati ase because onu kra ka say o she tenges na ase muwa bi di na chi ne yi so ati ase enti we ya o ka no wan kan kire me o ka mo bi ati enti me ba nso abrochire bobo na obeso ba ntimi ma aboa no mechi no
but say draw of ball mo na yen you say draw no yen niama papa na yen ko win tournament ni AFCON na yen me crap with na
ma me ntwa no short obi ani wa odi aduro bobo a aduro no de ne bobo aduro e wo ho ba aduro no nye de eye oye aduro ya de say ade
okay
so ade ase obi o beka say aduro ni bom bia oboa ba yen fa aduro mobo ye de say ade anu nti na ese nkrofo bi because me meko bi say wo ni me be pre wo na wo be so mbo di me be say me gidi nsin nti o di me bra na se nti me di pra na ma o nti obi timi ka se o ko Burkina ana Benin akwa akwaji aduro nti Benin fo wan bokor fa kra da so ati ase obi timi ko Togo se nuro Togo bi da so o ji aduro ndi abede o de ko se obi o on fa me ya ade papa bia
ba we time me sheda ni ba time am school or a journalist building we documentary bi na o kan about say na draw ball money near ma obetimi aka me bi kakra me kan say mo ko we draw no ho no crap or confess say obi be ye we draw utumi kai how to make can be kakra fast
moment that me ja house of folk na mu say me gidi say obi betimi asel so dey say you matter you are say one nya obi a one nya spiritual father bi a o she so be boa wa na ne na wo say dey me na me ne nam ho ordinary person na obi a betimi asel because adro obi ntimi nka say me koye adro say anka obi ntimi emo obi dua ma ne infect na busuafo nyina so dey say because me ja house of folk and I'm say amanfo aye maduro ampanso wow because it na me ka say the best sell there on betimi asell
but dia omum be ko enim
yeah no there ebi ni ho but no there if you say sesia no sa ne ma na me pese me kika sa ne ma ni bi because a lot of people at the me kika e nyina
okay
Seven.
Bia media make us bia o de betu nkola mo ba no fo say
oh there me can we say we are seeing idea important of any person bia here obe suro Nyankopon ono nkwan idea e wo say o ye nipa osuro no apart from Nyankopon no ehun ya say o suro bibia because Nyankopon na obo ye dia ono wo tumi so betumi ade agi yen confidence ba ewi asenu me suro obi a onyame obekume nsuro no se de onyame obeseve so de
yo ba o de yen koso na nka Ghana Premier League ba ansa na be kan Ghana Premier League be kan say we share go bi wo chan tournament no pa be kai pa asa oba mo second half bi na nya akona sa go no ye de na o ye we share sa go
oh one say we player na ni technical and a difficult man and until I see a players was there obi wa ball cry free so ba mental o pe jani na kwa teams on your footballer so they say ball no e obi wa the ball betimi awo no obi on so obi sua ti bi o sua no ne de no a difficult man so they say because me metimi abobo obi e bia obeka so obo bia sabe e bi kura obegbo wie na na magu ba me bo anya me hwe because me bobo bitimi bobo bi kura na later kura me kohwe a metumi na ede na metumi bobo wi so aja say e kire o say ye town na quality ni wosoro so because you see an obi a say ball no sika ba unti obi a wo ne ba obeso ye de wa to ball ma no mo nkire ne ball no bo nti anu na ye ma ye hu because wo nyina na ne ball no so sesa so by ye no because of ball no they wo ya yankosuanity ye nyina fe na ball no e mo.
Before we end the conversation and discussion, let's talk about Heart of Folk versus Kotoko. The big game this weekend, February 20th, Heart of Folk versus Kotoko. Why not sure be win the match for you?
See I can why not or your favorite so be winning. See, I can't all form there, Kotoko form sin House of Folk. In the uncle be able to say Kotoko Beshe House of Folk. But Kotoko has at times no say house or former, and which me punish Kotoko. But Kotoko former which me punish house. So I say. Any difference in room because house here quieter, that is or more share near ma. I say match here we choose a protocol. I was so obia say Kotoko be share has bibiri basi. Now I was say Kotoko careful
Sir.
Also, we are careful because Kotoko, we are favored by. Also, we are careful.
Adiba kwa me hu say bia be help some goalkeeping department. On say last match on ball last season. Omo yusu Kwame Ban. Yeah. And I feel so omo de Ibrahim Danlad on also as on ball Super Cup maybe. A be inexperience for Danlad Ibrahim ni Richard Ayi now also say I know post more.
Danlad na difficult ba kura ma no. Sir. Boy no owakuma ya dida go. O say do baby a wunya confidence no more. Wanya amana bro so. So what you say because under 17, 20 senior side ikrambo no akọ camp bebre. And not chira player bibia because Ghana has this year no only keeper me feel say we favorite to national team. So what you say and winning tini and I'm going to
now player bena osha Heart of Folk ese omonhwe we match against Kotoko player bena ese omonhwe Cameroon player na why na osha obey danger man
has no Kotoko match player when he down so kra na sata no kra na unhu no kra
ente Frank Etoga say
mbe na ni omo ya good na bi say Heart of Folk no ne ko hia so what you say e bi kra match kra be ka na beg ammonia you ada ehu omo ade it may happen as no Kotoko sa na man timi happen jira obi a ntina has no Kotoko obi a wunim no otimi no huma obi a hu sa prayer no for the because of has and Kotoko
na so we Sulemutari about Ghana Premier League back Hearts no Kotoko very very crucial osha be na Kotoko for ombetimi stopping no ebia so start and album second half and influence
me feel say Sule wa bo liberty ansa na o tukwan nti ho no wonim Heart tari no nyina wonim so what you say nti enye won ba me de say Sule a show example bi a chire players bi wo country mu a ebia omunya team kura mo
bi omo kan ba omo mba me person me free be bri account ba mo
yeah because of na ye subana na ekuta yo Ghana ha no because we Sule ko Tamalegi omo uniform obi asori bo no nsem e ma Sule a hye ni kura sa na bo no kura sa still omo tire chidia ono kura betimi aka chire obi a oho a so bra na isi ade Ghana for there 77 ye ni ate ye sa ne mani bi eno ne show say respect amodi ma player so what you say because Sule player bi a o team a na say o kan Premier League won ma more of a stations omo ye powerful cry there any ba Ghana Premier League no because we hear teams so abo na obo Heart of Folk what show clear say we are professional
match we say Heart of Folk lose ya omo kwan so betimi asake we Samuel Boyden na say Kotoko so lose ya pressure na beba we Prosper Natem so will be proper say Kotoko for fans no omo be say despite some that first no omo we ni has game no there enye
oh me feel say Ogum ye coach or ye bad coach somebody ye bad coach match we etimi ema obi aguma influence because omo nkasa kra ni say match we a tough match wa ba yero no edu ba bi say ya coaches no kra yi omo nche ni hu say players na call ball because I mean at times ana me complain say we a player na say coach Sarachi say call ball that what you say wait my yama no so what you say into kona ko say ma at times ana me because me mom there me 64 battalion ye bobo kura eto Jones obo boss are sinwe ya o say mo nim de mbe so what you say because you say be deliver man by my coach metie mu say obi afina osuan bobo so e ba sa o ma coach no enya pressure more we prayer Sarah say ko bo house nko to woni tension wo sa match ni wo na say prove nko for wrong so and they do say na me mom dey me mfa no nko nko sa ki me coach
okay
because Kotoko na ma say omo coach ya lose na still no omo bo mo nsem ma no omo shi jama edi na chi Kotoko. That is almost a coach in us. Coach in us, a coach, a good coach. I won't share the I'm not Kotoko. I move forward. But I made the main penny say, Kotoko, so much we are a very damn place, more spirit. Because the same thing that Kotoko only has a show on our leg.
We can fight Sakra show on more years.
Aha, and he Kotoko Tuma supporters cinema players in any J. The home Bessia mouth find the home we see our crop chromo into Lusuna, so we say, Fede, Unipano, our crop chromo, Fubium Pena, also now there. Now, was spread in through. But Obia was both teams in Indiana. Obia between I wonders Sunday.
But lastly, Timber now shower, Ibia, and Yakotoko and our house, but between I underdog no, or befa cap no Omunsen. We shall Timber, Olympics, Ibiana Stars, Bechim United.
Bechu and I may tip for me Mediama.
Okay.
And Adriana, but my say, almost so, minim, almost so, they say a Bechimna or more bar, a more born effort. Bechim bet me as a Brazil.
But Senaya Pastor Nekana. Phobia, we or can say, never say that for a few ways, a few ways where we Ukuma pim for Omafiana.
Oh, mean to me in cancer because. First round, yeah, boy,
12 points gap.
Yeah, but be here to Mrs. because until I make us a Kotoko Sunday, if we want more.
Somebody we need to match. Yeah, that's the big say. Wama inquiring say Yabahana interview. Despite my tree not being good this time, I think I've tried very well. Well, this is where we draw down the curtains for today's edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. I did this with the legend himself, Charles Taylor. It was a pleasure interviewing him. I've always wanted to do this, and I'm so excited. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu. Catch you another time. Thanks for watching.